Okay, I think this is working. I hope this is working. It has taken me like twice as long as normal to get this set up. It's not been the easiest. Hello. Everyone's here already. Everyone's always here before I am. Always. Hello. So, today's live stream is going to be a little bit shorter than all the others, mainly because, as many of you know, I have not been particularly well. I am still recovering from the dreaded virus that is currently going around the world. If you know the one I'm talking about, you'll know, and unless you've lived under a rock for the last 2 years, I'm pretty certain everyone knows the virus I'm talking about. It's not fun, but I can't talk about it because YouTube will, attack me for it. So, I still feel kind of shit, so we're just gonna have a nice, gentle ease back in to doing things. I'm a little bit out of it still. I'm a little bit delayed in everything I'm doing. My hand-eye coordination doesn't match up with what's going on in my brain. So that's why I've been missing. Last week's episode was pre-recorded, so I was dead cheerful and dead happy and super energized. Cut to now and it's oh, you have no energy. Okay. So, what have we got here? So many of you. I wasn't going to miss another Wednesday. I've missed like too many Wednesdays in the past month, and I was like, you know what, even if it's like an hour, 2 hours. So don't expect this to be like a 4 or 5 hour long live stream, because I don't think I have enough willpower to be pulling that off today. Sometimes I wonder how I managed to pull that one off anyway, but yeah, I'm fine. Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I am fine. It sucked balls. It sucked really, really bad. I am so grateful I managed to have both doses of the vaccine well beforehand, because I can't imagine how bad it would have been without. But I'm alright. It's just going to take me a while. So this might be a little low energy. We're just going to sit and chill and chit-chat about witchy shit while I sip on some water and try to warm up. It's so cold today in this house. I've got no idea why. So throughout the video, you might find that my red nails suddenly go clear because it's thermal nail polish. So right now you can tell how cold it is because my nails are red. As I warm up, they will hopefully go clear. What am I doing? I haven't even got my sleeves down properly. I went for a bit of a mismatch of an outfit today. We've got fairy core on the top. We then have frat bro on the bottom, because I'm literally wearing slippers and tracksuits. So there's a little bit of a mismatch. A little bit of a mismatch thing going on here. So let's hope that I don't have to stand up during this video, because then you will see the embarrassment of my ginormous tracksuit bottoms. Pastel colours. I know, Phil. Pastel colours. I don't know. Words escape me. I kind of went online shopping while I was in isolation for my 10 days. And I saw this and I was like, oh, it's so cute. And then I went, but it's not black. I was like, and it's not black, but it's kind of cool. So I got it and I really love it, except I literally have no idea what to put with it, because I only wear black clothes. Goth, the style is kind of what I'm used to. So I just sat here today being like, I want to wear this shirt, but I have no idea what to put with it. So we're going with, what were the words I was trying to say? We're going with Baphomet slippers and tracksuit bottoms. So we're fairy core on the top, frat bro on the bottom. That is what we're going to be doing today. So, the plan of action. As always, I'm going to be going through things chronologically, trying to answer as many questions as I can. Please bear with me today, though. I am obviously a little bit low energy. Words. words hard. Yes, that is the plan. If I don't answer a question, it's either because I've already answered it, I have a full video on it, or I simply don't want to answer it for one reason or another. Please don't repeat questions, don't spam questions, because usually I haven't got round to it yet. and just be nice to each other and chill and have a cup of tea or whatever else you fancy doing. Have a hot chocolate, eat birthday cake, whatever you fancy. Struggling with words and brain work a little slower than usual. It's much slower today. I actually hadn't noticed until like I'm having to like form sentences and I can't get my words out. I cannot get my words out. Anything goes with black jeans. Exactly, anything goes with black jeans. And the bonus is that 90% of my wardrobe are black jeans. I am so cold. Oh my goodness, I'm like shivering. So I'm going to scroll up and let's see where this all starts. But yeah, my plan is I have, just while I'm trying to find the start, a lot of you last time, was it the last live or was it the live before? I lose track. Requested I do quarterly like book reviews, like whatever books I have read that quarter, whether I've like finished them or part read them, like what I thought of them, like first impressions or like full reviews. And that is the next video I'm planning to film, is the quarterly book breakdown. I have no idea what to call that video, so if you have any ideas for what you would want a video like that to be called, it's like a witchcraft book breakdown. Maybe that could work. I don't know. It's just like the books I've read for that quarter. So it's from July, August. No, it's from August, September, October. Wow. I can't even remember the order the months go in. Of all the witchcraft books that I have like started and whatnot. So that's the next video I'm planning on filming. It's gonna take me a while probably because it's taken me the entire day to clear the sofa just to be able to sit on it to do this. So it's gonna take me a while to kind of get round to it, but that is what I'm planning on doing as the next video, I think. Didn't know thermal nail polish was a thing. I absolutely love it. It's gel nail polish. I have like a whole collection of them. I've got some that are like black to red, red to clear, pink to purple, blue to green, and I absolutely love it. If I was going to use any nail polish, I always go to thermal nail polish. It's because I'm like 10. It's like my brain is like that of a 10-year-old and it's like, oh my god, that's like magic. So I always end up going for thermal nail polish. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Oh, your name is amazing. Eureka, that's a fantastic name. Thank you so much, and I hope that you enjoy it when you watch it back. So yeah, I got them from, I don't know where, I think I used to get them from Amazon. I'm using up all of my old like gel nail polish, so I think I got them from Amazon, but I reckon most of the companies that do gel nail polish you can buy like off Amazon. It's just, I can't remember the name of the company off the top of my head. But there's loads of places that do thermal nail polish if you want, like, gel. I don't think you can get it in, like, normal nail polish, but you can get it in gel polish. Oh, we're already starting with the random music. Would it be a live stream if I didn't have technical problems or random music playing? For me, I don't even have it playing in the background. It's just my brain just makes music. That's one thing, by the way. I didn't realize it. When I was like really ill, my brain didn't make any music. It was really weird. It was just like freakishly quiet in there. And so I could tell I was starting to feel better because like all of a sudden like the music came back. It's like someone just turned the record player back on. It's the strangest thing. You are my comfort YouTuber. Oh my goodness, that is like the best compliment ever. Thank you so much. I never thought I'd ever be anyone's comfort YouTuber. That's a really weird thought, but I really appreciate it. Are you excited for the lunar eclipse blood moon this weekend? Do you have any plans on doing any workings? I will be honest, I didn't even know it was happening. I have been out of it for the last 3 weeks. I had no idea it was even happening, and I don't plan on doing any workings for it, mainly because my plan is to do as much work as I can and then sleep the rest of the time. That's kind of what I'm going for at the minute. My work-life balance just doesn't exist. I'm so far behind, that's what I'm going to be doing. But yeah, I actually didn't even realise it was happening. So does that make me a bad witch? Maybe, but honestly, I don't mind. There'll be another one. It's fine. There'll always be another one. Wrap yourself in your throw blanket behind you. I would, except to keep it where it is, it's like pinned to the radiator. Like it's pinned against the wall. I couldn't even get this blanket down even if I wanted to. I'd have to move like the entire sofa to get it down. Do you believe there is a cosmic law? In other words, free will? I've never heard of the term cosmic law before. I don't know if we have as much free will as maybe we think we do. Now, that's not me saying that I think we're controlled by lizard people or whatever some people believe, but what I mean is, like, the only decisions we can make are the options that are laid out before us. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I think no matter what we do in life, we're always going to be limited as to what choices we can make, because it depends on where we were born, it depends on our financial status of our families, it depends on race and gender and religion, and like, I think there's so many restrictive factors that I don't think anything can be truly free. I think we have freedom of choice, but I think we have limited choices, is essentially what I'm saying with that one. Yes, I love your book reviews. I love The Crooked Path. I'm so glad that you loved that book. I'm still obsessed with that book. If there's one book that I will read again, like instantly, it will be The Crooked Path. I loved that. I have heard word that the author is creating another book. So as soon as that comes out, unless I'm just completely fabricating that inside my brain, which I might be, I will be getting that book as well, hopefully. So yeah, they're not gonna be quite as intense, I don't think, these like quarterly book breakdowns. It's more just gonna be like here are my first impressions. You know, here's what I think of the first 4 chapters that I've read this month, you know, those kind of things. And then I might go into doing like further book reviews. I'm still planning on doing the fairy witchcraft book video. It's just every time I schedule it in, something happens. Like I scheduled it in, and then I lost the notebook that had all of the reviews in it. And then I got sick. So I was like, okay, fine, I won't do that yet. But I do still plan on going back and doing the fairy book review video, because I know that so many people want books on fairy magic. That's another one that's in the list. I'm a beginner witch and I have a question. I'm not sure if I'm ready, but I really feel this feeling to do a spell jar. I'm not sure if I should do that. I mean, if you get the feeling that you want to do it, and you know how to add energy into that working, you know how to do the kind of fundamental practices, then I can't see any harm in doing a spell jar. If you find that you don't like the way it's manifesting, you can just dismantle it and then stop the working. I think jars are actually really useful in that regard. Same with bags and dolls and bottles, because they are physical workings. If you do feel uncomfortable, you can dismantle them to stop the spell. Whereas if you were to, say, start with a chant work or a deity work or something that's more energetic, metaphysical in nature, it's a lot harder to reverse because there's no physical, tangible attachment for that working. Instead, it's already gone. You just have to deal with the consequences of it. So if anything, I think jar spells are a nice way to start if you are feeling like you're ready to kind of dip your toe into practical workings. They can be really useful. We can do without a Q&A hearth. See, that's the thing. It's all well and good me saying, oh, I'll just rest. I still have to pay the bills. So if I leave YouTube, that's part of my job. So like I couldn't really leave for another week, because then that's like another week's worth of wages that I don't get. Because YouTube adverts, they don't pay very well, but they pay enough for me to pay my bills, which is quite nice. Have you noticed that modern witchcraft books seem heavily Wiccan influenced? I like to collect books from the 70s and 80s before Wicca blew up. Much different? Is it much different? I mean, I've got a relatively large collection of books from the 70s and 80s, and every single one of them has got Wicca influence. It's different in its style to, say, the Wiccan influence we see in the 90s, but it's still very, very prevalent. I think the only time you find books that aren't heavily Wiccan influenced are books that were written specifically from a different tradition. So some, say, Golden Dawn books don't necessarily have a lot of Wiccan influence. Some Hermeticism books don't have huge amounts of Wiccan influence. But basically everything that was written that's become popular and that's still in print from when Wicca was released to the public in the 1950s to now is basically entirely Wiccan influenced. It got really bad in the 90s. You just have to take one look at a 90s witchcraft book and it's all Wiccan religion, all of it. But obviously there's going to be a few in there that aren't too bad, but most books, especially from the 90s onwards, got pretty bad. And it's just something you learn to read around. I've kind of got to the point now where no book is going to be perfect. I see it a lot online. I see people being like, oh, but it's based on this tradition. Oh, but the author is like this. Or, oh, but it talks about deities. And I'm like, no book is ever going to be perfect. This is just the way I look at it. No book is ever going to be 100% perfect. But there's obviously books that, in my experience, are better than others. So, like, as long as I can read past the Wicca in the book and I can find actually useful information that I can apply to my practice or that I can learn from, then I'll kind of accept it. The only time I won't accept it is when it's a book that shames other people who don't follow the Wiccan tradition. Then that's a book I'll typically just, like, steer well clear of. Oh, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Obsidian. That's a beautiful name, Obsidian Roseheart. That's a beautiful name. Thank you so much. Oh. And may there not be chat jumps. Thank you so much, Dragon. That is very true. I have not had a massive chat jump yet, so fingers crossed that doesn't happen today. Hello from Virginia. So many people from so many places. Have you ever met a Satanist in person? I've met many Satanists in person, yeah. I go to a lot of events, a lot of shows. You get a lot of Satanists at shows. And then there's lots of practitioners that I know who believe a Satanist tradition. Some of them are theistic Satanists. Some of them are non-theistic Satanists. So I've met a lot. Usually they don't advertise themselves necessarily, you know, like, you don't look at them and go, wow, you're a Satanist. Instead, you look at them and go, wow, you're a person. Like, most of the Satanists I've met in person, and even my friends that are Satanists, they aren't, like, very outwardly expressive Satanists. They just kind of keep themselves to themselves, and then their belief system is just something that's private to them. Oh, thank you so much, K-Long and Sabrina. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I think the chat might have jumped without me noticing that it jumped. Because all of a sudden I was at the bottom of the chat and I was like, wow, I caught up real quick. I didn't actually catch up that quick. I saw something that said, can you tell me about Evergores? Now, I was actually reading a little bit about Evergores the other day. I'm going to have to double check that I've got the right memory in my head. I was reading up about Evergores in relation to Alistair Crowley and his work with Evergores. That's really fascinating. Use Nokian traditions. Yeah, it is what I was thinking. Okay, so it's essentially a different term for a thought form. So there's lots of different terms that are used for thought forms. I think Evergore is just a very fancy term that's used in certain circles. It's essentially a cumulative energy body that is given purpose. So it's an external force from yourself that is given a directive or a goal. This might be to gain information. It might be to act as a spiritual spy. By that I don't mean like spying on people, I mean like spying on locations or in the astral plane, you know, gaining information through observance rather than actions. It could be to help with a working spiritually while you work physically. It could be sending messages between practitioners. It could be traversing between the astral plane and the physical plane. They're usually large amounts of collective energy that's been sent off for a specific purpose. It's almost like a spiritual familiar, except a thought form is created for the purpose of doing a job, whereas a familiar is a spirit in its own right that has been sent off to do a job. I don't know if that is a helpful explanation in any way, shape, or form. Honestly, my brain can barely string sentences together right now. But that is my basic understanding of egregores in relation to them being the same as thought forms. Now, some people will refer to egregores in terms of being almost like a god form, which is more like a collective energy form that's been created by many different people. I think it all depends on who is defining the term egregore, because I've seen different people from different traditions use the same term, but they mean completely different things. So that's what I understand an egregore to be in relation to what I've read. But obviously, I think it's going to depend on what tradition you're a part of. Right, my whole purpose of answering that was to scroll back up again, and I forgot to scroll while I was talking because my brain cannot do two things at once, apparently. Multitasking is not my forte. And this is a really, really important one. Do you see a place for Buddhists in the Western pagan, heathen, magic, witchy community? Of course. Oh, completely. I mean, I'm not one to isolate anyone. Like, if you feel as though the magical, witchy, pagany community calls to you, then it calls to you. You know what I mean? Like, there's no real restrictions on, like, you're not allowed to be a part of this. And I mean, if someone tells you that you're not allowed to be a part of it because you're from a different religion than they want you to be, then that's really their problem rather than your problem. Like, as far as I'm concerned, as long as everyone is respectful and takes care of themselves and others, then they're welcome in the community. It doesn't matter what religion they're a part of or where in the world they come from. You know, everyone has a place if they want to take it. I never understand why people are like, I don't like you because you follow this. I don't want you here because you follow that. It makes no sense to me. It just makes me really no sense to me. Ever get random comments worried about your eternal soul? Yes, I get about 20 comments a week, I'd say, from people. They'll post like this much. It's like I have to click read more on the comment, and it's like an essay. It's like a dissertation assignment. And usually I scroll down to the bottom and I see the line that gives like the book and the chapter, you know, where it's like John 15:2 or whatever it says, and I just immediately ban them from the page. And it's not because I don't like their religion, it's just like, stop telling me that I'm gonna burn in hell and wasting your time writing an essay. Because like, that's the sad thing about it, is that they haven't stumbled across my video. They've actively searched for my video to then spam like the same comment like 25 times. It's kind of funny, but it's also really sad at the same time, you know, that someone feels the need to do that. Like, that's their spare time that they are spending doing this. And all I don't even read it all. I just click ban and it just deletes every comment that they've made that's like held like that one. It's something that you just get though. I think it's just something you have to deal with as being part of the community. You're always going to get people that think that you need saving. And the reality is, you know, if I needed saving, I would just save myself, because no one's keeping me within this tradition. If I wanted to not be a witch, I would just go, okay, that's not for me anymore, I'm gonna move on, you know? Like, no one is holding me hostage. I'm choosing to be here. Do you have one favourite witch book? I don't have a favourite witch book. I have books that I will come back to time and time again because I find them so fascinating. There was a book, so like, just off the top of my head, like the collection of books that I absolutely love. I love Psychic Witch for the very basic beginner energetic practices. And I think even if you don't follow the same tradition as the author, those practices still are exceptionally valuable. And so I'll go to that book a lot if I am working with someone who's asking me questions about energy manipulation, or if I do want to give them a good resource, I will use that. The Crooked Path is just a fantastic read. I will happily read that again. Other books that I find truly beautiful to read are Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways. That's fantastic, not necessarily from a practical perspective, but from a historic curiosity standpoint of wanting to learn more about Cornish magic historically. And then I actually just finished it last week. Where is it? I put it, A Deed Without a Name. I hid it so I could barely see it. It's called A Deed Without a Name. That was phenomenal. It has a really fantastic breakdown of how culturally the way we perceive the world is different. So while historically people were talking about witches flying on broomsticks and traveling, and they would transform into beasts and animals and cats and haunt people and all these things, and we see it today and we see it as being nonsense because no one can fly. But we have to understand that the perspective of the world view that people had during, the medieval period, even up until the 1800s, was very different. They perceived all aspects of life to be life. They considered dreams to be just as real as physical waking life. They considered visions or hallucinations to be just as real and valid. And it was such an interesting book, and I will 100% read that one again. So at the minute, that one is probably my favourite book. It's called A Deed Without a Name. It's like a parchmenty coloured exterior. I would reach for it, but it's all the way over there, and I just don't have the willpower. But it's a fantastic book, and it will end up making it into my traditional witchcraft reviews video that I do have planned, because that book was phenomenal. Do we have here? Oh, thank you so much, Manuela. Oh, that's a beautiful name, Manuela. I love it. From Argentina. Oh, thank you so much. And I know I missed another one about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so when I get down to it in the chat, I'll mention you then. I'm really sorry that I missed it. Do you do rituals only for the sake of celebration? What would you do, or what structure would you use, if any? I do rituals both for celebration, but primarily I do them for practical purposes. I'll be honest, I am not the kind of person to do something for the sake of just doing it. I do not have the patience. I am like the most impatient person most people will have ever met. I don't like waiting for things. I don't like doing things for no reason. So when it comes to like rituals, I will typically only do like a full ritual if it's for something very particular, like a large working that I'm doing. The kind of structure that they have really depends on the purpose of that working. So oftentimes I will do a ceremonial circle casting, so it won't just be an energetic circle casting, it'll have the energy work and then the ceremony on top of it, because that's how I was trained to do it. And I find that when I do full-blown like ritual work, I tend to kind of draw in on that influence a little bit. And then I will often do the working inside the circle, usually with candles, usually with chanting, because that's just what I'm used to doing. And then I'll kind of do the closing of everything in the opposite direction. And that's really the only things that stay the same when it comes to the ritual work I do. What happens inside that circle then depends on what I need. If it's for healing, I'm going to be doing it differently than, say, if it isn't a working for strengthening actions. Like the things that go on inside are going to be very different, whether that's spinning and dancing and screaming, or whether it's going to be sitting with a doll and chanting and doing energy work. It really depends on what I need. But usually I always do energetic circle, ceremonial circle, whatever I need, and then close it all in reverse order. Now, do you need to do all of those things? Probably not, but it's just kind of like my default is as soon as I get put in a ritual scenario, I go back to my training from when I was, working in covens and working with Wiccans. I tend to always go back to like my default setting. But I find that that's a really useful way of doing it. I don't do it very often though. I rarely ever do ritual unless I absolutely have to, because as mentioned, I am exceptionally lazy and I'm exceptionally impatient, and I will usually always choose to do something a little bit more quick and easy and requires less cleaning, because doing a ritual like ceremonial circle requires a lot of free space, and my house looks like the inside of my brain. It's absolute chaos. So I'll typically always go for something that takes less time. Wondering if you have any general information about brownies. Do they only live in homes, or can they also live in stores, apartment buildings, vehicles? It really all depends on which kind of folklore you are looking at. So typically brownies are associated with older homes. They don't have to be in older homes, but usually they are. Mainly because we perceive the world through our lens. You know, we see the world as something that we live in for 70 to 100 years usually, and then that's it. That's our lifespan done. Whereas the Fae don't have the same cycles that we do. You know, our life cycle is, say, 65 to 100, whereas fairies can live for hundreds upon hundreds of years. So if you find a brownie who is already attached to a property, oftentimes when people move in and out, come and go, that brownie's still going to stay within that old home, usually older, from especially in England, houses are anything from 1060 to about 1900 is considered kind of old. So anything in that time frame, you're very likely to have some kind of home or house spirit attached to it, whether that's a brownie or a different kind. Commonly they are brownies, especially in England. So oftentimes you will have a brownie that likes the house, and they will stay in that old home for as long as they want to. You know, oftentimes they remember when people gave them offerings every day, which was a really common tradition in Britain up until the mid to late 1800s. People still gave offerings to house spirits, especially in more rural areas. But in some cases, there are stories of house spirits or brownies becoming attached to a family. So if they really like your family and you move to an apartment building, they might be like, well, I like the house, but I like you more. And then they'll go with you to the apartment building. So I think it really all depends on context. I don't think every apartment building is going to have house spirits. Just like every house, especially new builds, often don't have house spirits. You often have to kind of attract them in. But you may find that a property has house spirits because they were brought there with a family from another home. And there's a few documented cases of traditions where you would take the embers out of the fire as you were leaving, and you would carry them all the way to your new home, and you would deposit those embers and the ash into the new fireplace, and it was considered a way to transport house spirits or hearth spirits from your old house to your new house so that you could bring them with you. So we know that there's some documentation of house spirits being taken along with luggage and everything else between houses, but whether that's something that always happened or just sometimes happened is a little unclear. And also, because a lot of brownies like kind of tradition, you often find that they don't live in newly built houses or apartment buildings, just because it's not where they are comfortable with. It's very new to them. You know, something that was built in the 1970s to us feels like a good chunk of time ago, whereas if you've lived for 1,000 years, that 40, 50 years is going to be like a blink in the eye. So to them, they may not bother being there because it's not what they're used to, but that is probably going to depend on the individual. I'm sorry, I fully waffled on, didn't I about that? But I find that really interesting. I love the topic, so I can actually talk about fairies for hours, but that's my experience being in Britain. Now, obviously, fairies do exist in other areas of the world, and will they behave differently in different areas of the world? I don't know, because obviously I live here. So you might find that in different places, brownies or other house fairies might perceive their location differently. They might choose to live in apartment buildings or choose to live in vehicles or whatnot. And also it depends on how the person that lives there is interacting with them. I don't think a brownie's ever going to choose to live in a camper van. However, if the owners of that camper van are leaving out offerings, are treating them with respect, are giving them a nice place to live, then maybe that brownie might think it's a good idea to live in a camper van. You know, I think there's more that goes into it than just the type of building. It's also about how they're treated as well. Do you have any book recommendations for more advanced witches? That entirely depends on what you want to learn about. Once you get past that beginner stage, you're never going to find a book that is like for advanced witches. Like there's some books that are like kind of middle ground. So there's a few that I have. One of them is called, I'm pretty certain it's called Spellcasting Beyond the Basics, and it's essentially just above beginner. Anything past that, you really need to diversify into like select topics and then find books in those individual, more focused topics. And even then, you're still going to find books that have like so much beginner information, then just like a little bit of useful stuff at the end, which is really frustrating, but that's just unfortunately the way it is. Will you do any more of the Witch Reacts videos? I really love them. I definitely will. I keep being requested to do the Romanian witches video? But I'm always really cautious of doing that because obviously the way I do it is I will discuss how it relates to my practice. And I've had some people say that it's not appropriate for me to watch a video about Romanian witchcraft and then talk about how similar things are done in British witchcraft. I don't know why. I think that's just a lack of understanding on my part. So I'm always a bit cautious of doing that. If you have any videos, feel free to send me links to them and whatnot. But yeah, any that I feel I can do justice, I will give a go and see. Sadly, I've had a few reaction videos that I had planned to do, but I uploaded them and just got copyright striked straight away. Like, you're not allowed to use this even though there's like 5 minutes of content in a 55-minute long video. They still won't let me post it. So I have to be really careful with like the videos that I use. And I suspect that a lot of the videos that are being published now by like bigger publications will immediately get my channel copyright striked, which is really, really annoying, especially when I'm using such a tiny amount in such like a huge video. But that's just the way it is. Are the fairies saying that they don't want you to do the fairy book review? Sadly, I think that's more my own messiness that's sabotaging me right there. My problem is I ran out of notebook space, right? So genius me thought, instead of buying a new notebook like I should have done, I decided to just fold a bunch of A4 paper into my own makeshift notebook. And why? I'm not quite sure. And I was writing all my notes from all the books in it, and then I put it down somewhere. Now the problem is that when you run a business, you have sheets of paper literally everywhere. And I think I must have tidied this makeshift notebook into a stack of paperwork, and it's just somewhere in my house. It's definitely more of a me problem than anything. It's just my chaos spreading out into every aspect of my life. And if I actually tidied, I would find it probably instantly. But that involves having the willpower to clean. And I don't have that right now, so we're not doing it. I saw a video recently about a witch bringing home a watcher spirit from an old table. Oh, Annie the Green Witch, I'm assuming. I don't know Annie personally. I just got sent the video like 1,000 times, so I did watch it. Yeah. Another witch banished the watcher. Any thoughts or experiences? I mean, I don't really want to have any thoughts on the topic because it's not really my place to stand there. You know what I mean? I'm not going to stand from the sidelines and go, oh, I wouldn't have done it that way, because that's just like a bitch move. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as the problem is dealt with, that's really the most important thing in that scenario. Now, I have heard a lot of stories of people bringing in secondhand furniture, and actually I've fully scripted a video, like it's ready to film, on why you might suddenly be haunted. And if you would like to see that video, let me know. It was one of those videos where I was a little uncertain of whether people would actually want it or not. But I have spoken to a lot of people who have suddenly found their house has a spirit in it and they have no idea why or what it came in with, and they don't know what to do. Panic. So I have that video fully scripted if it's something that people would like to see. But a lot of people will experience spirits coming into a house attached to second-hand objects in particular, mainly because they've been passed from place to place to place, and especially if there's a spirit that's been attached to it for a while, you'll often find that they get taken to charity shop after charity shop, antique store after antique store, as people buy it and then go, I don't want anything to do with this, I don't like it, and then they'll send it somewhere else. And so ultimately someone gets left with, you know, a table or a lamp or a mirror, and they don't know what to do with it because they hate it and it's bringing all these horrible things into their lives. General experience personally is I'm always energy sensing 24/7. Like, it's something that I rarely turn off because I find it exceptionally useful. And my experience with haunted objects is, unless they are concealing themselves, a lot of the time, if an object is haunted, you can sense it immediately. Like, if you are doing your energy sensing all the time, it's very easy to recognize it. To be fair though, I think it's important to note here that I've been doing this for, you know, a decade and a half, and I think that plays a part in it. You know, if you're not so used to doing energy sensing, maybe you wouldn't pick up the difference between an object that's got strong energy versus an object that's got a negative spirit attached to it. So I think it's really important to note there that obviously with practice comes more experience. But I always will sense objects beforehand, and if I'm in doubt, I will usually leave it. If I really, really want that item, I'll often take it outside and do a cleansing first, just so that then nothing's getting stuck inside my home. And then I'll bring it in. If I'm still having problems, then, just as was done in that situation, you really need to do a banishing on it, preferably outside of the house. Obviously, otherwise you banish a spirit and it gets stuck inside your protections and it can't get out. So you've banished the spirit outside of the object, but now it's stuck inside your house. So if you're going to do a banishing on an object, do it outside if possible, and then just make sure that you are protected. Protect the item, and then when you bring everything back in again, you aren't then dragging that spirit back in again. So it was a really, really interesting topic. I haven't seen any of the like up-to-date videos. I only saw the initial video, so I might have to watch the others because it's a really interesting topic. A lot of people don't like to admit when something like this happens, but I think it's a really positive learning experience for everyone, you know, the people watching and who are just hearing about this kind of thing happen. Because a lot of people, especially online, they try to like sugarcoat their practice a little bit. And the thing is that things like this happen all the time. So I think it's really important to talk and share experiences and whatnot. I think it's always really important. I acquired a tarot deck, and after interviewing it, it basically said it planned to fight me and lie. Did a second interview, but had the same results. How should I handle a deck like that? Gift it. Gift it, donate it, give it to a friend that the deck likes. I've had decks that didn't like me, and I tried to fight it, and it didn't end well. Anyone who's seen my deck walkthrough video will know exactly the deck I'm talking about. Especially tarot, they have really, really strong personalities. And oftentimes, if a deck tells you that they don't want to work with you and they're not going to work with you, it doesn't matter how much you fight that, they're gonna like dig their like little tiny feet into the ground so they don't have to. Generally in that instance, it's just better to gift, sell. the deck to someone who really connects to it in a way that you don't necessarily connect to it. Do you practice necromancy and divination? If yes, can you tell me about your experience? It depends what you class as necromancy. I've found that loads of different people will class necromancy as being slightly different things. For me, necromancy is working with the dead in any form. For other people, it's working solely with targeted spirits. You know, I find it really depends on who is giving that definition of necromancy. I do interact with human spirits, usually not for anything magical necessarily, though in some workings I will kind of extend an invitation out to the spirits that do reside within my home to just generally say, you know, if you want to help, feel free to help. I would really like that. I would appreciate it. Mainly, I feel comfortable doing that because my house is shielded anyway, so any spirit that's in my house is in my house because I allow it to be in the house. Like, it's not got malicious intentions. So I feel quite comfortable just casually opening it up to everyone around. That's about as far as my necromancy work goes, just because it's not something that I necessarily feel the need to do right now. When it comes to divination, I do that a lot more frequently, though obviously that's a bit more generic and I don't have any like set experiences that I can really draw on. It's just kind of a collective long-term practice. What can you do to be more close to the craft? I have found the best way to do that is to walk the talk. Now, it's not necessarily saying that you have to practice everything you learn about, because you 100% don't. But I found a lot of people will read witchcraft books, but they won't actually implement any of that in their real life, which is fine. You're completely justified in doing that. But if you do want to become closer to the craft, have it be more of an intrinsic part of your life, I find that taking a step back from books and going and feeling energy and going out into nature and experiencing things on a more physical, energetic level rather than just a verbal level in a book can be fantastic. You know, even just getting out, if you're, say, for instance, reading about the Ogham, going out into nature and connecting with the energy of trees. If you're learning about energy work, having that time to sit and process it and undertake it, I find that is the most successful thing I've ever done to feel closer to the craft, because instead of just reading about it and it being this separate entity almost, instead I am doing it, and it just makes it so much more tangible within my life rather than just being something that I like absorb through books. Oh dear, it jumped. Okay, it took a while. I was a bit worried then. It was like, oh, that took a while. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up again. Oh, so what are these? These are... Please do that video. I'm developing my energy sensing, but I'm not the only person that lives and brings things into my home. Okay, so see, for me, just one person wanting that video is like really important to me, because obviously anyone that I can like open it up, yeah, yes, make it, please do that video, please do that video. Okay, so what I'll do is that'll be one of the next videos I film, because I get, when I'm at events, it's when I get it the most. I get people coming up to me all the time. Can you do a house cleansing? Can you do house clearings for me? There's a haunting in my house and I don't know where it came from and I don't know what to do. And I found a lot of people are very, it's really scary. It's scary to suddenly wake up one day and go, holy shit, there is a ghost in my house and I've got no idea what to do about it. So that'll probably be the next one that I do, since people want to do that one. Just so that people have a bit more, that they can kind of analytically look at it and go, okay, so that's the reason why this started happening, you know, and then you can take the steps from that to say, okay, well, I brought this mirror into my house secondhand, this must be the problem, I'm going to move it and see if that changes the energy, and then you can kind of take the steps to do the trial and error to figure out if that's exactly what it is, and then remove it from your home and see if that improves the situation. but I have met so many people, it's particularly at events that will come up and they will ask about it because they have no idea what to do. And I try to imagine how scary it is. I don't actually know how scary it is. I mean, this was maybe like 10 years ago. I remember myself and my friend, we were brought out to look at a house, and it was bad. Like, some of the worst energy I've ever felt was in that house. And when you've got people who live there who have no idea what to do, that's got to be really terrifying. I can't even fathom how terrifying it must be. So yeah, I think I might do a whole series on haunted objects, how to deal with things like that, the things you can do to help prevent it, those kind of things, because I didn't realize how much of a problem it was until I went back to the events this year and I started doing shows, and I had so many people asking me about it. It was really shocking. I think the lockdown though didn't help, because I mean, if you have a spirit in your house but you work 9 to 5, maybe you don't notice that the spirit's there that often. You might just think that the bumps and bangs at night are just like your cat or something. But when you're suddenly in your house for like 9 months and all this crazy shit is happening, you quickly think, hang on, what I thought was my cat running around at 2 a.m. isn't my cat, because my cat's right here. Like, I think a lot of people have had this sudden realization of, holy shit, my house is haunted, when maybe they were just like putting it down to anything and everything. I mean, I'm just scrolling up at the minute, that's why I'm just waffling. At the minute, I've had this thing recently where there's a spirit in my house. I don't know what I did. I must have done something to annoy it. I don't know. But when I was getting ill, everything was falling. I mean, everything, like things like suction cups that were stuck to my like bathroom walls. Every night, one of them would fall off, and I would just put it on the side because I'm like, oh, it's not working, I'm just going to put it on the side. So when the first one fell off, I thought, oh, it's just a dodgy suction cup, it's fine. It had been on the wall for like 1.5 years, so that was a bit weird that it just suddenly fell off for no reason at 2 o'clock in the morning, scaring the shit out of me. But then about a week later, another one fell, and then the next afternoon, I had this entire strip of plastic just fall off the wall at like 3 in the morning. It was fucking terrifying. And then I quickly realized, like, okay, there's something here that doesn't like things. Either it doesn't like things being on the walls, or it just doesn't like whatever I've done. And I don't know what I did to fix it, besides get off my ass and start doing things again. Maybe that's what it was, but all of a sudden, everything that kept falling off the walls is now staying on the walls, and I've not done anything else to fix it besides get off my ass and stop feeling sorry for myself. Which might have been what fixed it, I'll be honest, that might have been what does it. I mean, a lot of house fairies, actually, if you get lazy, they will tell you and they'll start throwing shit around. Like, sometimes that is just what they like to do. I think I was about here. What do you think about Lovecraftian magic, and do you think something like that is possible or done by deities? I don't know much about Lovecraftian magic. I don't even know much about Lovecraftian lore, other than pretty certain that Cthulhu is Lovecraft. Pretty certain that that's Lovecraft. I think it's really interesting. I mean, a lot of people will take this pop culture approach just generally with their magic, and it works in that regard. It works very much like a god form. So a thought form is an individual magical practitioner has produced a lot of energy and has created a semi-living thing that they can send out to do their jobs and will bring back information, and once they have completed their job, the energy is drawn back into the practitioner again and they cease to exist. It's essentially a temporary helper in a way that's made out of energy. Now, a god form is made when dozens of people, sometimes an entire coven, sometimes just a small group, sometimes thousands, tens of thousands of people, all believe in something and invest their energy strongly enough in something that it manifests as a god form, essentially a large-scale version of a thought form, which is what a lot of people have done when it comes to pop culture magic. You know, if enough people see Loki the Marvel character in a god type way and worship him like a god. Let's face it, people do. I might be slightly guilty of that myself. Tom Hiddleston's a really good actor. You might end up finding that this collection of people create a god form, which is what may well be being done when it comes to Lovecraftian magic, if people are using the creations as deities in a way. So that's one way to look at it. I don't know much about Lovecraftian magic beyond that pop culture aspect of it, so I'll definitely have to look more into that. But it seems like a really interesting topic, and I mean, I know a little bit about the work of Lovecraft, and it's a lot. You know, there's so much legend and lore that goes into everything that I can understand how it's probably quite easy to have a god form type interaction there, because you're not working off vagueness. Everything is like really in depth, that there's a lot that people can work on to build something energetic and quite real out of something that was originally quite fictional. I'd love to see your recommendations for lists or tables for historical correspondences. Now, I don't know about historical correspondences, and I've not fully read the book, so do not take this as a full recommendation. However, I went to a local secondhand bookshop, and I found a book that's called The Magician's Tables, a complete book of correspondences. Now, you can't actually see it, it's hidden behind my chat rules, but it's a ginormous book full of correspondences. Now, I haven't had the time or the willpower to go through the entire book yet, but from just flicking through it, it seems like a pretty decent book. Now, I don't know if it's still available. Obviously, I did get it from a vintage/secondhand bookshop, and a lot of the books I do get from there, you cannot get anymore. So I would check that book out, see if you can still get it in print. I've got it in hardback, but you don't need to get it in hardback. The only reason I've got it in hardback is because they only had one copy and it was in hardback. But I have the hardback copy, and it seems really interesting, and it's really beautiful. So it's like face out, because it's really pretty. It's the only book I have found within recent times that has lots of diverse correspondences in it. I say that because some books have specifics. So you have, say, like Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs has a lot of herbal correspondences in it, but not much else. Whereas you have crystal books that just have crystal correspondences. From what I can tell, this Magician's Tables book has lots of different correspondences from lots of different paths, so like planetary to plants and those kind of things. So that could be a pretty interesting read, depending on whether it looks good to you or not. I've got the hiccups again. What should I do if there's an entity emitting negative energy in my house? So first instinct usually is to do a reading. I always typically start with a reading because it gives me a good gauge of what's going on within that space. So I'll do a reading just generally around this entity, just to see whether or not they're going to bugger off at some point, whether they're here to stay, what's going on, can I help, what is happening here. Because you'll find that some entities will be very mischievous, and they'll pump a lot of negative energy into that space because they want attention, because you did something that pissed them off, because they're just generally pissed off. They might be scared or trapped. You know, there's lots of different potential reasons why. So I typically always start with a reading just because it gives me a really good baseline understanding of why they're there and what they're doing. So once I kind of have that understanding, I'll then move on from there. You know, if it's something that's quite easily fixed, you know, maybe you moved something that they didn't like you moving, or maybe you put something different in a space that they consider really important to them, it could be worth just switching it around and seeing if that helps. If they just want attention, then the sad reality is if you give them that attention and then stop, all of that energy is just going to keep coming back again. Then the next option is to do a cleanse. Now, the cleanse isn't going to necessarily remove the spirit, but it might give them that push to be like, hey, okay, you need to move on now. Like, I don't want you here. Find someone else to deal with. If it's a minor spirit, it might be irritated enough to leave, but oftentimes they'll stick around unless it's their choice. You could then do banishing working. If you're going to be doing banishing, it's best to do it in a set order. So you're going to want to banish, cleanse, protect, cleanse is always typically the way I do it. I always do extra cleanses as necessary, but if you're going to do a banishing, make sure you're putting protections up like as soon as you can afterwards, so that nothing is coming back into the property again. Now, that doesn't always work, and in very extreme circumstances, you might need to attach the spirit to an object so you can then move the spirit elsewhere. And then you can release the spirit so it's outside of your property. That I would only ever do in exceptionally extreme circumstances, because it's really difficult to do and it's not really nice for you or the spirit. But I would start just with doing the reading, doing the cleansing, and then going from there to see if that fixes the problem, because often it probably will. If you could time travel, which time period would you like to visit and in what country? Okay, my only thing about like time travel is I need to not be able to die and not be able to get infected with some random disease. If that was all sorted, I don't know, where would I like to go? That's a really, really difficult one. I would love to go back, and it's gonna sound like a really strange, odd choice, but I really would like to go back to a medieval style, so we're looking at like, 14th century-ish? English village. It just seems like such a weird, obscure place, but I just really want to see what it was like. You know, I want to be able to feel what it would have felt like, you know, in the middle of winter when it's 4 p.m. and it's already pitch black outside and you have no lighting and you're just there thinking, and like you go outside and you can see every star in the sky because there's no light pollution, because there's no industrialization yet. Like, that is just so fascinating to me. I'd love just to experience what it would have been like to have to work so hard just to survive. And also, there were still wolves in England, so that would have also been an extra challenge that would be really interesting to see what it would be like, because right at this minute, the biggest wild animal threat there is to the British Isles are probably drunk men in the middle of the night. We have foxes, we have cats, that's about it. So I think it would be really interesting to see what it would be like, you know, to like live that life, even if it was just like for a week, just to see how extremely different it would have been, you know, to look outside at night and see the stars and to nearly freeze to death in the middle of winter, you know, all the casual things that people did in the 14th century. How do you find out about events in local areas? So this is going to depend on where you live. In the UK, you can use, I think there's a website called Stall Finder. Now, Stall Finder is often used by market traders to find events to trade at, but there is also a section that's used by visitors to find events that they can go to. And on that website, there is a section for MBS shows, so mind, body, spirit shows, which is largely what witchcraft and paganism falls under. Facebook is also a decent resource for this. On the events tab, you will hopefully be able to find occult markets in your local area. You can also search on like moot pages, often have them. Generally though, Facebook is the way to go, or you can just type into Google like MBS show in, put your country, put your location, whatever, however specific you want to make it, and then you can find them from that. It's a bit of trial and error though. There's a lot of shows that I've been to that are absolutely phenomenal that don't use online advertising at all. They're a little bit behind in the times. And then you have others like Witchfest Midlands or Witchfest London that use a lot of online advertisement. So keep an eye out. You might find that in your local area there's an MBS show that you didn't even realise was there, and they just put signs up on the side of the road. That one's pretty cool. But obviously that's mainly in the UK. In other countries it might be harder to find. But typically Facebook is probably the most reliable resource, mainly because everyone seems to use it for advertising events. Even if they don't use it like personally, they'll use it for their business. My question is about spirits. If you find a spirit stuck in something, for example, a box, and you want to let them go, do you just have to open the box, or do you need to do a ritual? So this really depends on why they are in the box in the first place. So you might find that the spirit has been purposefully trapped within the object. If that's the case, the question is why? Now, there are some horrible people out there that choose to trap spirits into objects for fun, and they are assholes. But there are other people who will trap spirits into objects when there's no other option. Like, that spirit is so bad, there's nothing else that they can do with it. So they trap the spirit into the object and then get rid of the object. Now, here's where the difficulty lies. If you've had communication with this spirit, how can you tell whether it's been trapped there by accident, by someone who's just messing around and wants to trap that spirit in that box, or whether they did it on purpose for a very specific reason? And that is where the problem comes, because if you are a spirit that's an absolute dick, you are going to say anything to get yourself out of that box. They will beg and plead. And the reality is that it's very, very hard to tell whether that spirit is begging you to get them out of that box because they were trapped there wrongly, or because they were trapped there rightly but still want out anyway. So that's the really tricky realm. Now, when it comes to spirits that have been they've chosen themselves to attach onto an object, that isn't really something that you can fix. So if they've been sealed into an object by a practitioner, then you would have to undertake an unsealing ritual. Now, the problem with that is that the type of unsealing that you do is going to depend on the type of sealing that was done in the first place, which is why getting spirits out of objects is so much harder than putting them in. Because if you've put it in, you know how to get it out. But if someone else has sealed them in, unless you know the kind of working that they did, it's much harder to get them out. But if a spirit has attached itself onto an object because, for instance, it was a really important object in their life, so you'll often find things like rings, jewelry, really precious objects like trinket boxes or clothing may well have spirits attached to them. That may be done by choice. So instead of moving on or instead of attaching to a place, they've instead attached to an object. And in which case, you can force a spirit out of an object, but if that spirit has chosen to be there, it might be worth just leaving it be. So unfortunately to that question, there's a whole lot of different variables that are going to change how you go about fixing it or resolving it, I suppose. Oh. My ass is so numb. I need to buy a new sofa, but sofas are so expensive. I think I might have to sit on this. I have like it's like a ridge at the edge of the sofa that's like rock hard. It's like sitting on a plank of wood. So I'm gonna sit on this cushion and hope that fixes it. Oh, that is so much better. Okay, why have I never done this before? And I'm higher now. I feel taller. I could take on the world. Right. What books do you recommend for advanced protection? So my favourite book for protection magic is... I've completely forgotten what the book is called. I literally put it away like an hour ago. Oh, Protection and Reversal Magic by... Come on, brain. Come on. Jason Miller. Protection and Reversal Magic by Jason Miller. Annoyingly, I decided today was the day I was going to organise my bookcase. So I put all of the books I usually talk about away. That one's fantastic. I wouldn't recommend it for someone who's a beginner because the language is very complicated. Jason Miller is a ceremonial... should I call him a magician? I'm not sure what they would define themselves as being, but it's written from a ceremonial practitioner's viewpoint. Whether that's ceremonial magician or whether that's just a ceremonial practitioner, I'm not quite sure. So the rituals are often quite complicated. They are much more advanced than you would see in, say, a generic beginner witchcraft book. And so even I wouldn't attempt some of them because it's just not something that I feel comfortable doing. But that has a huge array of different types of protection working for different scenarios. So if protection magic is something you really want to get into and you want to learn more about, that book is really interesting. It's just an entire book on protection and reversal magic, which can be super useful. It covers lots of different techniques for lots of different requirements, which is really useful. I get so fed up of when I see like a protection magic section in a book and it's just like one protection working and that's it. And it's like, great, that protection working will work for one environment in one scenario. Like, give me more. Give me something juicy here. Do you ever do love spells? I've done love spells, but it's important to remember here, what is a love spell? I say this in every live stream. It's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer me, but just think about it. What is a love spell? Because I've seen so many people, TikTok, tell people that love spells are black magic, which is problematic in itself. When in reality, love spells cover a spectrum, everything from domination spells all the way to self-love. And so anything along that spectrum could be considered a love spell. You know, everything from like a self-love working to a amplification sex magic ritual that you did with your romantic partner, all the way up to a dominating type of love working where you're forcing another person to feel a certain way. You know, everything in between is considered a love spell. So I always find it very vague when people ask about love spells and like, have you done any? What's your opinion on them? Because it really does depend on where you consider love spells to like start and end. For me, a love spell is anything from self-love to dominating love. And so you'll often find people will prefer to be in this end of the spectrum, but then that's a very cultural thing. In certain cultures, the domination aspect of love spells is very common and very accepted. So once again, it very much depends on kind of where you are. Don't know what this dance move is, but we're going with it. Do you know the tarot deck, the Light Seers, and what's your thought on it? I do know the tarot, the Light Seers. I don't have it myself. I got it in to stock the store, and I fell in love with it instantly, and I kept saying to myself, oh, if I have it and it stays in for this many months, I'll keep it. I never ended up keeping it, so I will probably end up getting it at some point. I don't have it right now, but I love the imagery of it. I think it's a really, really beautiful deck. And I probably will end up getting it in the long run. At the minute, I'm just trying to get the most use out of the decks I already have. And also I may have another deck on the way. Oops. So it's a really, really beautiful deck. I've never worked with it personally, so I can't give any kind of personal experiences. But I know a lot of people that have that deck and absolutely love it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do you celebrate Thanksgiving? I live in England. We don't have Thanksgiving. I always get confused by Thanksgiving. What are you thankful for? Like, 'cause in school, we learned about Thanksgiving. Like, we learned about, like, American Thanksgiving. And it confused the hell out of me, because it's, like, it just seems like a really weird thing to celebrate. Like, unless maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but wasn't Thanksgiving created, like, after Europeans stole all of native land? Isn't that what Thanksgiving... Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, because I know that Canada has a Thanksgiving as well. Is that different? Is that the same? I don't know. I don't understand. In England, we don't have Thanksgiving. We have, like, nothing between Halloween and Christmas. So, like, for us, there's nothing stopping us from putting our Christmas decorations up on the 1st of November. Because I know that a lot of Americans, they don't put their Christmas tree up till after Thanksgiving. So we have Black Friday, but we don't have Thanksgiving. We just have, like, this random sale on a day in the middle of November, which seems to make absolutely no sense. Oh, thank you so, so much, Marie. Thank you so much. From Montreal. Oh, that's amazing. Montreal. Everyone's in so many places around the world. What book do you recommend for baby witches? I have a full book on... Not a full book. I have a full video on the different beginner books I recommend. It's on my channel. You can just search for, like, beginner witchcraft books. It comes up on there, or you can go into my beginner witchcraft playlist, and I think it's in there as well. would you ever consider making a video about Alistair Crowley? I see him referenced everywhere in occult, magic, witchcraft resources. He also feels like a very controversial figure. He's a very, very controversial figure. And from my reading of him, like on him, not like, I'm not just being like, oh, I think he was like this. What I mean is like, I've read books about him. That's what I mean by reading of. It seems very much like he did it on purpose. Like the controversy wasn't necessarily from the things he actually did. The controversy was the things he told the media that he did, because he liked being the beast. Was this kind of character that he'd created for himself. So I am currently researching aspects of Alistair Crowley's life for a podcast episode. Everything is linked in the description if you do want to listen to any of the episodes. But I don't know if I'd ever do a video on him on the main channel, mainly because people often, they don't like hearing about things they don't like. So if I did an episode on Alistair Crowley, I would just get spammed with hate from all over the internet for just talking about an interesting topic. Doesn't mean I agree with anything he did. It's just an interesting topic. So I think there may well be an episode in the future on the podcast about aspects of the things he did, but I don't think I'd ever do it on the main channel, because honestly I cannot be bothered to deal with the ignorant comments. I get so fed up with it. You just have to look at the last video I did on Satanism and just look at the dislikes in comparison to like every other video I do. I got like thousands of comments on that video being like, you can't promote worshipping the devil. I'm like, did you even bother to watch the fucking video? And that's the kind of thing I know it will happen if I ever do a video on Alistair Crowley. So I don't think I ever will on the main channel, just because it's exhausting. It really is exhausting. I haven't seen any traditionally practicing witches talk about female menstruation cycles in their practice. Are you comfortable enough to talk about it? The reason you usually don't see people talking about it online, including me, isn't because myself or anyone else isn't comfortable with it. It's because YouTube censors it, like almost completely. If I were to talk about it in a video, all of the ads would be removed and that video would not be promoted to anyone. And that's the problem at the minute that people have. So maybe one day I'll have to find another platform or another way of posting content that is a little bit more not ad friendly. Because the way YouTube works is if something is monetized, it gets pushed in the algorithm. If something is demonetized, it doesn't get pushed by the algorithm, which is why people get really frustrated when their videos get demonetized for basically no reason. It's because no one will then see that content, barely anyone anyway. So I'll have to find another way of doing it, because menstruation is a really interesting topic when it comes to witchcraft and the ways throughout history that people have worked with it. And it's something I really wish I could talk about on here, but genuinely I would get just like axed by YouTube if I did, and it's so frustrating, which is why you barely see anyone talking about it. So I'm gonna have to find a way of doing videos like that on a different platform. Like I can't even put them on Patreon, because the only way to add a video to Patreon is to add it to YouTube first, which then just leads me to the same problems. So I don't know, I'm gonna have a think about that and see if I can find a way of doing it, because it's such an interesting topic. It's so fascinating. No one can talk about it. It's so frustrating, which, for reference, is why most videos on YouTube are all about light, positive, sunshine and rainbows kind of magic, because most videos that speak about anything other than that aren't liked by advertisers, so they never get pushed. You'll never see them barely on YouTube because they don't like pushing anything that isn't monetized, which is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Do 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 do. Da ba da ba ba da ba. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's so weird hearing go at normal speed. I get that all the time, literally. When I'm editing the videos, I edit all my videos in like standard speed. And then when I double check them before I post them on YouTube, I listen to them in 2x speed, and I get so accustomed to hearing people talk in 2x speed that when I play a video like normal speed, it just sounds so slow. Like, I struggle to sit through it because it's so slow. Are shadow people bad? No. Super quick answer, no. It's a bit like saying, like, are children bad? Are cats bad? Are hamsters bad? Like, no. It's like, all sharks, are they bad? It's like, no. The thing is when it comes to spirits, there's always a range. You know, like, you could meet like 100 people, and some of them will be the nastiest people you will have ever met. Some of them will just be kind of indifferent. Some of them will be really shy. Some will be really bold. Some will be really friendly. Some will just keep themselves to themselves. The same very much applies to spirits of all kinds. So when it comes to shadow people, they get really bad reputations because people see dark, they see bad. And the problem is that analogy doesn't apply when it comes to spirits. I have never met a malicious shade. Now, shade is what I've always known them to be referred to as. Some people will call them watchers. Some people will refer to them as shadow people. I have never, in my entire experience working with spirits, met a bad shade. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't bad shades. There probably are, and people have probably had experiences with them. But in my practice, I've never experienced a bad shade. Now, people feel uncomfortable around shades if they aren't used to it because it's that constant feeling of being watched. It's that constant presence around you that's really unsettling unless you're used to it. And I don't know if maybe that's the difference. I literally grew up with shades and shadow people around, so I've never not experienced that feeling. So I suppose if you're new to that feeling, it might feel really oppressive and really scary. But no, not all shadow people are bad. It's just like people. Sometimes you'll meet the nicest person ever, and sometimes you'll meet an asshole, and you can't put them all in like one category or the other. It's very much a range. Does the orientation of a pentacle affect its protective energy? I've seen some sources that say an upside down pentagram can attract negative energy instead of protecting. This honestly absolutely baffles me, and it makes me laugh because this is the way I view it, right? So say I am doing a large protection working. You know, I want to protect a person. So if in a large working, if I'm working one-on-one with a person, say like my friend wants protection. So we go outside and I sit them down on the ground and I figure out how big they are when they sit down. You know, you can never really tell. Some people, they might look dead lanky, but when they sit down, they're quite wide. That's not an insult, that's just an observation. So you need to know how wide that person's legs are when they're sat down, right? Like how far out their knees go. So then you get them to stand up and you draw a pentacle on the ground. And you get them to sit on top of that chalk pentagram that you've just created. Now the problem is that if I'm face on to that person, that pentacle is the right way round, right? It's the correct way round. But as I'm doing a walk around the circle, suddenly that is now a pentagram. Because now I'm facing the back of their head, that star is now upside down. But then I continue walking around, oh, it's the right way around again. So what energy am I attracting? That's the thing, right, isn't it? It's all about perspective. If I'm standing and I'm looking at the pentagram the right way round, or the right way round, it is an upright star. But if I'm just walking around the circle, if I'm, say, doing a circle casting, a ceremonial circle casting, I'm walking around that circle, as I'm walking around, suddenly it's upside down. That doesn't suddenly change the energy of that space. Now, a lot of people like to say that, like, upside down is evil, it's bad, and that's mainly because people associate it with the devil worship symbolism and other things that are also exceptionally inaccurate. And I think a lot of people truly want to keep themselves as far away from that as humanly possible. But the reality is that you can't keep yourself further away from it because it's the same symbol. You know, it's the same symbol from a different perspective. So I'll be honest, it doesn't matter to me which way around the pentacle is, whether it's a pentacle and it's the right way around, or it's a pentagram and it's upside down. It doesn't matter to me, right? It's all about the way I perceive that symbol in relation to my working. So if I'm using a pentacle as a symbol for protection in that working, it doesn't matter to me whether I knock the table and the symbol flips over. You know, it's not suddenly going to change the type of energy in that working. I hope that's making sense. I really hope it is. But I get so baffled when I see people being like, oh, you can't use an upside down pentagram. You can't do it. I'm like, but why? Because it's all about perspective. It's always about perspective. Do you have Folk Witchcraft by Roger J. Horn? Is it a brown book? If it's a brown book, then yes, I have it. It's sitting back there, but I can't see the author's name because it's hidden. Yes, I have it. Oh, I've got to reach back over there now to put this back. Oh, there we go. Okay, yes, I have it in my collection. I've not fully finished it yet, but I do have it in my collection, and it's dense. The reason I haven't fully read it yet is because it is unnecessarily wordy. It has a lot of, I mean, I'm dyslexic too, and I can understand why you're struggling to read it. There's some books I have in my collection that I find really hard to read because they just have so many unnecessary words. Like, fully unnecessary. So that's one of them. So far, I quite like the book. I haven't read that far into it, but it is difficult to read. So if you do have dyslexia or you do struggle with reading, there are easier folk magic and kind of traditional style witchcraft books out there. It's probably worth pushing through it if you can, but it is dense. So don't push yourself too hard, and also don't feel bad if you struggle with it, because I struggle with it as well. It's so unnecessarily wordy. You've never heard the turn of phrase waffled on? I never realised until I was on here how many British phrases there are that other people just haven't heard of, like waffling on. I don't know where it came from, but it's just a really common phrase for talking too much. I'm an artist. I want a tattoo hectogram. Is it a stupid idea? I'm gonna just look up an image of that because my brain hurts. Oh, I don't think it's a bad idea. That's the thing, isn't it? It's all about perspective. Once again, it's always about perspective. If you want a tattoo of it and it's just a symbol, then you can go for it. Whereas there's some people who would never get a tattoo of a certain symbol because of their perspective on it. Their view on that symbol is something that they don't want tattooed on them, but that's entirely personal. If you want it tattooed on you, then I don't see much harm in that, as long as you feel comfortable with it. I think that's the important thing. But here's my question to you. If you feel the need to ask about whether or not it's a stupid idea, is that because secretly you are worried that it might be a stupid idea? And in which case, is that self-doubt telling you that maybe it's not the best idea? Just a thought. Now, I don't think it's a stupid idea, but obviously it's about what you feel comfortable with. I've heard that spirits don't like thank yous. Is it a folkloric thing? Okay, the thank you thing, it isn't that they don't like it, it's that you shouldn't do it. Two different things. So, fairies, tricky buggers, some of them, not all fae are like this, but some fae are very tricky. And the reason why it's not a good idea to say thank you unless you know the type of fae and the individual that you're dealing with, because obviously just like people, some fae are going to be fine with something, other fae are not. Some fae are going to be out to trick you regardless of who you are. Some fae might come to like you and not want to trick you and want to help you. You know what I mean? It's a very individual thing. General understanding though is if you don't know who you're dealing with and you don't know how they're going to perceive it, to say thank you to a fae is to have you be in their debt. So if you thank them for something, you then become indebted to them. So they can then get you to do whatever they want you to do. Do you know what I mean? Like they can then say, okay, well, to prove that to me, then you do this. Do you know what I mean? It's about having that, you're essentially opening that door to them then requesting other things and doing other things is really the reason why you don't say thank you, because it makes you indebted to them. Is that the right way round? Them indebted to you? Anyway, by saying thank you, you're essentially saying, you know, what can I do for you now? Which is not a good idea if, you know, you want that to be like the end of your interactions, and it will stop further deals being made going forwards. Now, some fae are going to be fine with it. My voice really broke. Some fae are not going to be fine with it and will want something back from you, which is why a lot of people will say, I appreciate it. You know, they'll use other phrases instead of thank you, because it stops that kind of secret deal. You know, it's all a play on words, so you have to be really careful with what you say to some members of the fae, because they really like messing with your words. And loopholes are a big thing. Like, they love weaseling their way in by loopholes and different versions of what you've said and like different meanings for the same word, those kind of things, which is why you've got to be really careful with what you say. Sorry. Are you going to be doing any talks or events for the online Pagan Pride event this month? No. I don't do talks. I've done talks in the past, never again. I can't do it. They make me sick. I hate public speaking. I say as I'm talking to you lot. But you're a camera in my living room. You know what I mean? I can't be dealing with all those little beady eyes watching me. And although technically online talks are different, still, no. I'm all talked out. So I can't do it anymore. Right, can I read the rules one more time? Of course. All questions answered chronologically. I try to answer as many questions as I can, but if I do miss them, it's because I've answered it before in the live stream, I have a full video on the topic, or because I simply don't want to answer it, which sometimes questions make me uncomfortable, or I just straight up don't have the answer to it, and so I'm not going to bore you with 4 minutes of me waffling about something I have no idea about. Do you know what I mean? Generally, just be nice to each other, be kind, courteous, and don't spam the chat, because obviously I'm often about half an hour to an hour behind, so if I haven't seen your question yet, spamming it 50 times is not going to make me see it any faster. All it does is fill up the chat and make it difficult for everyone else. Those are the rules. Can someone fill me in on what a brownie is? A brownie is a type of house spirit that is that is found within largely British folklore. They're a member of the fairy family. It's really interesting, actually. What's my favourite herb? Also, do you make salves? I don't make any salves, mainly because at the minute I don't have any use for them. If I ever did need to use a salve, I would make them, and I know how to make them, I just haven't made one in a very long time. My favourite herb to work with is probably chamomile, hands down. I've always been really connected with that plant. I've grown it since I was a child, and I use it in almost everything. Everything that I can get away with using chamomile in, I will use chamomile in. It might be a bit of a problem, but I always do it. I made the mistake of putting lip gloss on top of a lipstick earlier, and as I was doing it, I went, shit, that was a bad idea, but by that point, I'd already done it. So if you see a white line on my lip, that is why. So yeah, chamomile, love that plant. I absolutely love it. what others do I really like? I like using rosemary. I use that quite a lot. No, but for me, chamomile's like top tier. I bloody love that plant. Does energy sensing have anything to do with being an empath or empathetic? Not really. Energy sensing is a purposeful action. It is pushing out energy to draw it back in again to then sense the energy that's all around you. Whereas empathy is more of an automatic process. You know what I mean? Like it's I can stop energy sensing whenever I want, but it's much harder to just turn off empathy. So empathy, you are picking up on the emotions of people around you, whereas energy sensing, you are purposefully pushing out energy to draw energy back in to sense the energy of people, things, spirits, and objects around you. How can you know if a witchcraft book or spell is real or fake? How can I know which books can help me? So generally, most witchcraft books on the market are real. You'll rarely find someone being bothered to write a nonsense book, put it through the expense of having it go through a publisher. You know, that's a lot of, it's exhausting to get something put through a publisher, to then make it to the shelves. And even if it did make it to the shelves, no one would buy it because generally speaking, you can tell a bullshit book from a non-bullshit book. So generally speaking, bullshit book is one that claims that you can see sparks from your fingers and fly on a broomstick. You know what I mean? That's kind of the really obvious way of deciphering whether a book is real or fake. You're more likely to find fake books in self-published books because obviously all you have to do is write a bunch of nonsense, put it in a document, send it through a self-publishing system and get it published. You know what I mean? It's much easier to have fake books appear on self-published websites than it is to go through a publisher. If a book has gone through a publisher, more likely than not, it's going to be real. However, this is where it always comes in. I always say it, research the author. If you research an author and they've got a fake name, or it's been ghostwritten, check Amazon and see the thousands of advertised witchcraft books written by someone called, I'm not going to give an actual name here, but you'll recognize them the moment you see them. They'll be called something like Sparkles Cunningham or Harmony Bookland. Now, for reference here, Harmony Nice is a witchcraft YouTuber, she used to be. Raymond Buckland is an actual occult book author. Scott Cunningham is also an actual occult book author. You'll often find thousands of fake books on Amazon being published by ghostwriters with names like Spells Cunningham or Magic Harmony, and you can tell instantly that it's ghostwritten. I typically avoid those mainly because if the author isn't willing to share any information about their own practice, then I'm always questioning the validity of what's in that book. Any author that talks about their practice openly or has written lots of books on the subject that are really well received by the rest of the witchcraft community is generally an authentic author and an authentic book. Now, when it comes to spells, how successful a spell is depends on more than just what's written on a page. It depends on the amount of energy you put in. It depends on the deities or spirits, if any, that you're working with. It depends on your style of practice as well as your belief system. So when it comes to whether a spell is real or fake in a book, that's kind of a whole other kettle of fish because it depends on how much energy you put into it. If you're brand new and you don't know how to work with energy, your spells are not going to manifest successfully. But if you're more advanced, you can create a spell out of thin air and have it be successful to you. But general rule of thumb when it comes to spells that you find is if they claim something that is physically impossible, such as physical flight, turning into a mermaid, teleportation, like physical teleportation, then you can tell that it's fake. If it contains information that is completely unreasonable, so for instance, they say that writing a word on a piece of paper, putting it and putting it under your pillow will make you a millionaire overnight, you know that that's going to be fake. So real spells give realistic time frames. So a love spell to help improve self-love is not going to be an instantaneous thing. It's going to take time. And so that time will be allotted for in that spell, and it will mention it, or it should mention it at least. You know, a spell to get a new job, it should say that within that you need to be actually looking for a new job. You can't want to earn more money without doing any work. Do you know what I mean? So realistic expectations is a big one. Realistic time frames is another really good one. Things that have language that's easy to understand. Now, most spells written nowadays are written in certain languages, you know, English, or they might be written in French, or they might be written in German. It really all depends on where that original creator was from. But if you see a brand new spell that was written yesterday that's in Latin, it's highly unlikely that the person who wrote it actually knows how to read and write Latin, because it's a really complicated language. And so that's a really good way of seeing, hang on, this doesn't look right. So generally, it's mostly common sense when it comes to spell work. And most books that have been published widely by a publisher will also be real as well, but obviously just take care when checking the blurb and the author, because not all books are going to be suitable for you, even if they're real. Do you know what I mean? Like a book on Wicca, if you are a traditional witch, is not necessarily going to work well, but if you are Wiccan, then that book on Wicca might be really good for you. So yeah, that was really wordy, but I hope that that made sense. Thank you so much, Lily. Oh, Montreal, that's so cool. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. What's your favourite ways to create abundance with your business? Spells, etc. I rarely do any spells for it. For me, the best way to create abundance is hard work. And that's mainly because in the past, I've done spells to kind of help manifest success with it. I've got to that point now where the best way to help those work along is just to put the hard work in and to just do the work and do it that way. And that's really all I do right now. I tend to just let it do its thing. If I need to change something, I'll change something. But I often don't do rituals for the business anymore. I just kind of let it go and just see where it goes, see where it takes me, and hope for the best. My mother was told by a place that do energy cleansings and such that the medium could find out her real name, the name of her original energy. I told her that that's not really possible. Is it right? So a psychic medium is not physically capable of finding out your true name. Now, your true name is, it's a whole collection of different belief systems that go into it, but the basis of it is that at the creation of our energy, so not like our birth, the creation of our energy that's existed throughout time and memorial, that's ended up in us, has a name. And every person has a true name that belongs to the original energy that was created at some point out of something. Now, there's obviously various cultures, traditions, belief systems that have this idea, and so the origin story is going to vary depending on the culture, tradition that you follow. And this true name has power. So if you've ever heard the story of Rumpelstiltskin, especially if you've watched the Once Upon a Time version of Rumpelstiltskin, names have power. And this is this idea of true names. If you know someone's true name, you can have power over them. If anyone works with demons, similar concept, a demon's name has power over them, which is why a lot of fairies as well, they won't tell you their names, because if you have their name, you have power over them. Same applies to a true name. Now, true names are so difficult to find. Like, just think of it this way. If you believe in reincarnation, you probably don't even remember your last incarnation. So just imagine going back thousands of years to figure out what your true name is. It's so unbelievably difficult. I've only ever met one person who has found their true name, and it took decades of meditation and internal work, and it's so hard. A psychic medium is not going to be able to walk up to you and go, I know what your true name is, because the reality is that they don't have the means or the time and effort to put into finding your true name. So although it is possible to find out your true name, I personally have never heard of someone finding out someone else's true name. Like, someone might tell you their true name, which is a bad idea, by the way. Don't tell anyone your true name if you find it out. In which case, though, the other person knows your true name, but they didn't figure it out. You know, like, that process of figuring it out is so intensive. It's very, very exceptionally unlikely that this psychic medium would have been able to figure that out in the amount of time that they would have to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it takes decades of hard work to be able to do it that I don't think a psychic medium would do it. Now, one day a psychic medium might be able to do it, but my question is, psychic medium is an in-between. They're a medium between the spirit world and the human world. Your true name isn't known to anyone other than you. So how would a psychic medium find out a true name if they're working with spirits? That's always my question. Now, it might be possible. I just have never met a psychic medium who's claimed that they could, ever, or has ever worked with true names. So it's a really interesting concept. I'm definitely going to have to look more into whether this is a thing that some psychic mediums can do. Maybe it's an additional thing to add on to, like, psychic mediumship. I'm not quite sure. We will have to see. I'm very drawn to candle magic, and I wonder if you have a favourite book on it. I don't, mainly because I didn't really read books on it. I trialed and error the shit out of candle magic, is basically how I learned candle magic. I just went with my gut, and I just did the things, and the things that worked I kept, and the things that didn't work I got rid of. So that's how I worked candle magic. Now, I have a few books on candle magic. The only one I haven't fully read it, but I've got pretty far in it, is Mystic Dylan's candle magic book. I really like that because it's very inclusive. It has a lot of really good information for beginners and people who are just beginners to candle magic in it. And so far, I really like it. I haven't finished it. I'm going to have a full talk about it when I do finish it. That's the one I really like at the minute. It's currently available on Kindle Unlimited if you do have a Kindle Unlimited subscription, or you can get like a physical copy of it. There are a few other books. I haven't fully read them though, because I got to the point where I have my own style, so I don't see the point in changing it. Let's see if I can find where the others are. Candle burning rituals is one. I have completely lost the other book. Candle burning rituals, though, is the other one that I've read halfway through that I do really like. I'm gonna have to do a full, I'm gonna have to buy some books on candle magic and see how good they are. My biggest problem right now is that I reorganized this earlier, but I didn't really organize it. I just put books back wherever they fit. Now, the problem with that is they were in a nice cohesive order, so I knew that, like, fairy books were there and spell books were there. And now, it's just chaos. It's absolute chaos. I really need to fix it. I really love Through the Blackthorn Arch. I love myths and legends and folk stories. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Genuinely, that podcast is an absolute passion project for me. I get nothing from the podcast. Like, I put hours worth of time into it and I don't get anything from it because, like, I don't get paid. You don't get paid for podcasts. I mean, I guess some people do, but, like, I don't get paid for podcasts. So I've just been dedicating my time into doing it. It just jumped, so I'm gonna answer a question from down here that I've just spotted, and then I'm gonna scroll up to get to the rest of them. So this is, are you ever gonna redo your Sabbath videos? I might do. I don't know, because I do work with the Sabbaths, but I don't work with them as heavily as I used to. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. Maybe one day I will do it. They were so much effort to do. I remember how time consuming they were. And it's just like, do I have the willpower to do that again? I mean, maybe I will, because I hate those videos. I don't hate the content in the videos. I hate me in the videos. Like, you know, when you've gone through like a really big, like, spiritual, physical, mental journey, you just don't like who you were before. That's what I've done. Do you know what I mean? Like, I look completely different now. I act completely different. I mean, I don't know if I act completely different now, but I was in a really, really bad space at the start of my channel, like really, really bad. And I can see that in every second of those videos, and I hate them. So like, I might end up redoing them again one day. Now, unfortunately, I've lost some of the chat. I'm pretty certain I've lost some of the chat. So I'm really sorry if you've posted a question in like this section. Because I've lost a whole bunch of messages. I'm just going to try and go through these as fast as I can, so that I can get down to it. Because holy shit. I've lost so many. Shit, sorry about that. Does anyone know what a boy witch is called? Anyone can refer to themselves as a witch. Witch is gender neutral. If you want, you can refer to yourself as anything you like. People are reclaiming words all the time. You know, people are reclaiming mage and sorcerer and magician, and even warlock is being reclaimed now by people who don't agree with its original meaning. But witch is a gender neutral term. Doesn't matter whether you are male, female, non-binary, whatever you are, you can use the word witch to describe who you are in your magical practice, or you can use anything else if you choose to use something else. That's fine as well. The Irish fairies are kind of scary, or so I've heard. All fairies are kind of scary. It ain't just the Irish ones. All of them. What's your favourite music at the moment? It's been a difficult one, right? Because at the minute I'm kind of listening to like a whole range of shit. My Spotify Wrapped this year is going to be terrifying. I have spent weeks listening to music, months on end listening to music this year. So currently I'm obsessed. I've been obsessed since it was released. The new Halsey album, If I Can't Have Love, I Want Power. Oh my goodness, that song is amazing. That album is amazing. Every single one of them is amazing. If you haven't heard the album, it is so emotional. It's fantastic. My favourite is Lighthouse. That song is a masterpiece. And then other than that, I've been going back to like really what I consider to be like really old school stuff within rock. So I've been listening to a lot of AC/DC, a lot of Motorhead, a lot of Black Sabbath, a lot of the kind of classic stuff is kind of what I've gone back to. So I kind of like merge it all together into this like giant playlist. But yeah, if you want to see the shit show that is going to be my Spotify Unwrapped this year, follow me on Instagram and I'll probably post it on there, because that's where I post all of the random shit that I don't know what else to do with. But yeah, it's kind of a chaos thing right now. Of just like all kinds of music just mushed together. Like I know that the Halsey album was like a combination of like Nine Inch Nails influence and Halsey, and like that's a really cool mix. So I don't know, it's really good. If you've not listened to it, it's well worth a listen. So I'm doing that thing again where I completely zoned out. Do you have to get your first tarot deck gifted, or can you buy it? You can buy it. Honestly, it's better if you buy it. It makes it so much easier. You'll buy a deck that you like instead of being gifted some mediocre deck that you don't love. I've never met anyone who has had any difference from buying their own deck. If anything, everyone I've spoken to has said that buying their own deck is better, because at least you know that you like the deck that you're getting instead of just getting something mediocre that you don't really like. I can tell Hearthing feeling the best because of all the swears. I'll be honest, I swear Phil can tell you, Phil can attest to this, I swear all of the time. I don't swear in my main videos, but it's so hard to like censor myself when I feel bad. So that's why I've not filmed yet. So yeah, there's that. I swear a lot in my real life. I don't know, I use them as adjectives. They're just adjectives to me now. Oh, I'm trying to figure out where I was again. Can you see shadow people in the dark? I mean, you can tell that they're still there. The thing is though, right, is that darkness and shadow people, it's different. I don't know how to describe it other than it's different. So like, you can be walking down a dimly lit street at night with like minimal street lamps, and you can still tell where the darkness ends, the shade begins, and the darkness starts again. Because like, it's different. Which is a completely useless phrase that you will not be able to do anything with. But it's the only way I can describe it. Like, you know how like darkness isn't one thing? Like darkness on a cloudy night in the middle of a city is different than darkness on a clear night in the middle of the wilderness. Like, it's different, right? So like when you see a shade, it's different kind of dark to the darkness that's all around it. So you can still tell what's dark and what's a shade, and you can also just feel that they're there anyway. Can you have a familiar that isn't in the same realm as you? I've been hearing a clear voice in my head from my familiar. I mean, familiars are spirits, so they're in a different realm anyway. Obviously, you can have some spirit familiars that are present, but usually they cross back and forth. Now, the worrying thing about this, though, is any spirit can claim to be your familiar. A familiar is a spirit you've created a contract with. So my question is, have you made a contract with a spirit in order for them to become your familiar? If you haven't, then their spirit may be anything that's trying to take advantage of you to weasel its way inside protections, into your space, by acting like a familiar. So a familial spirit is traditionally a spirit that is bound to the practitioner in contract. So it's not just any old spirit. It starts as any old spirit. It doesn't start as a familial spirit. It starts as just a spirit. It only becomes a familial spirit when you have that contract in place. So if you have a spirit that's whispering things in your ear, talking about how it's your familiar, if you've never seen, heard, interacted with them before, you've never made a contract of any kind, then they're more than likely just trying to trick you compared to actually being a familial spirit. Do you have a video about runes? I don't at the minute, but I will do when I finally get my workshop done. As you can imagine, being sick with the big bad that's going around at the minute means I've been in isolation for 2 weeks. And it also means that I cannot work on my workshop room. So at the minute, I still don't have a table in my workshop that's functional. So as soon as I have a table that I can work on and some space and I can put my lights in there and everything, I will have some videos on OM and runes and tarot and spell videos again. You know, the videos like I used to do a little bit. But I just need that space because it's really hard to do a video on runes when you don't have any space to film anything in. Are you only working with tarot or also oracle cards? I work with both. I work with everything that I can find. I work with OM, tarot, runes, oracle. I'm gonna start getting into Lenormand as well because I'm really interested in doing that. Tasseomancy, Cartomancy a little bit, though I'm not very well versed on it anymore. What else? Just a whole plethora of random things. What has been the most memorable aha moment you've had in your learning process? Like when I learned where crossing fingers came from. I've never had like a... Well, no, actually, I had one really recently, so I'm going to go off the most recent one. So we've all heard like the folk stories of like, you know, witches turning into cats and sneaking into people's houses and cursing them in the middle of the night, except all the doors are locked. So how did they get in? You know, these like very, very stereotypical stories that were documented from kind of early medieval period up until the end of the witch trials-ish, usually by Christian scholars. And they made no sense to me. Like, I'm just sitting there going, I'm so confused. Like, was everyone high? Like, what was happening here? And it was reading A Deed Without a Name that made it click into place so much. And I did mention it earlier in the stream, so I don't want to repeat myself too much, but our world now sees only waking hours as being real. Like, we only see the tangible, touchable, physical things around us, things that we can see and touch and interact with. That is the only part of our world that we perceive as being real. That perception has only existed within the West for a couple of hundred years, if that, and it hasn't existed in other areas of the world ever. You know, there's many traditions, cultural traditions around the world that perceive other states of consciousness as being just as real as the physical, I can touch it, I can see it, realm of consciousness. And our culture, like British culture, has lost that. Now, you get laughed at if you talk about your dream and are like, oh, I wonder if it means something. But in reality, throughout our history, other states of consciousness have been considered just as real as anything else. So astral flight was considered real life. So when witches would say that they flew to a celebration, they didn't mean they physically flew on a broomstick. It meant that their spirit flew in astral flight, but they considered it just as real as being awake. And so when it's documented, it makes the witches sound mad. Like, actually, clinically not right. But when we actually look at how our perception has changed, it suddenly all makes sense. And I was reading A Deed Without a Name, and that's the book that really highlighted it for me. They talk about lots of references to these historically, and it makes so much sense. And I had this moment of like, well, that makes so much sense now. Like, that solved every question I ever had about it. Because like we live in a society, I live in a society, not everyone lives in a society like this. There's many living, breathing cultures out there that still perceive other states of being as being just as real as the physical state. But in my country, in my world, most people don't believe that. They don't feel that anymore. So that was like the most recent aha kind of a moment recently. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. Now, my ass is numb again. This seat is so hard and uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to buy a new blooming sofa. Okay, so this question is, I was informed recently via a psychic that I have a very powerful demon that has been attached to me since birth. I'd rather not give the name of it, but anyways, how can such a thing occur? Okay. I have a few questions. Now, you don't have to answer this in the chat. This is just like me asking you, like, one-on-one. Is the psychic being paid? Is the psychic claiming to be able to remove said demon from you? Have you ever had any, like, legitimate experiences throughout your entire life that has made you think that something isn't quite right? Or has it been implied after the fact? Because this is something that you see a lot from scam psychics. Now, I'm not claiming that this person is a scam psychic. Obviously, I have very, very minimal information. But I have been in contact with probably thousands of people that have had thousands of dollars, pounds, whatever your currency is, taken from them by psychics who claim that you have a demon attached to you, and they will then remove it for a fee. And then next thing you know, it's, oh, the first ritual didn't work, so we're going to have to do it again. I'm going to need another $250. So then they do the ritual again, and they're like, oh my goodness, I don't know what's happening. The demons come back again. $250, please. And they usually target very vulnerable people, or people that they perceive as being quite vulnerable, even if they aren't really vulnerable. So my first instinct when I read that is alarm bells, like red flags are pinging up. Do you know what I mean? So obviously I don't know enough about the situation to make a full kind of thing about it, but that gives me massive alarm bells. Now, how can it occur? It very rarely occurs. Demons have very little interest in us. Spirits in general usually have so little interest in us. They have nothing to gain from attaching themselves into our lives. There's nothing that they can really get from it that they can't get by bouncing around from different people or from different places or different energies. So it's a difficult one. I've never known of any demon of any substance, and by that I mean lesser demons. This may happen with occasionally. But the description of a very powerful demon, my question is, this is going to sound really insulting. I promise I don't mean it to be insulting, like directly. What I mean is, what makes you so special that a very powerful demon is going to want to attach itself into your life? Now, you might be the most phenomenal person imaginable, and no doubt you're a fantastic person. But if a demon is that powerful, why is it attaching itself to a person? Like, these are just the kind of like the rhetorical questions I immediately have running through my head, because this sounds scammy. Not from you, from the psychic in question here. Now, it might not be, but it reads a lot like a lot of people's experiences that I've interacted with in the past. So just be careful, because if I don't get to any other messages, if you're even still here, quick enough, please just be careful, because a lot of people can get into a lot of debt like this. Wait, what? Right, firstly, thank you so much, Necessary Truths. Please clarify why one should not share their original first soul name given by God in all capitals. I don't think the capitals was necessary. Just one is fine, just a capital G, with others. Okay, so stories like Rumpelstiltskin were designed to teach us things. So in stories of Rumpelstiltskin and similar folk stories like that, names have power. To have a name belonging to someone, you have power over them. Within witchcraft, the use of taglocks is used, and one taglock is a full name. It's a really useful tool that you can use alongside other taglocks. Now, your full name in this life is insignificant compared to your true name, because your true name resides within you in every incarnation of the self, in every form that you take throughout existence, right? If you give that true name to someone, they can then use that to control you, is generally the belief that goes behind it. Not just in this life, but in every incarnation that comes after it. So you never give anyone your true name, because it's just not a smart idea to do it. And generally speaking, it's so hard to find your damn true name. Usually you wouldn't want to do that anyway, because it's taken you like 15 years to find it, and you're not going to want to give that away in a heartbeat. So it's the use of control, which is why demons and fairies won't give you their name, because you can use that to control them. Because usually, now this doesn't always apply, it depends on the tradition that you're working on. But demons and fairies, in some walks of belief, they don't incarnate in the same way. Like, they are ancient in a way that we as individuals are not. And so the true name of a demon might have been the same all the way through. Like, it has had no other names. So usually they're often very cautious with who they tell their name to, if they tell you at all. And usually demons have like names that they have given themselves. Same with fairies, that they will then tell you. More like a taken name than an actual name. So that's really the reason why, because they have power. True names have power. Are shadow people ghosts? No, they're spirits. A spirit and a ghost, not the same thing. All ghosts are spirits, not all spirits are ghosts. A ghost is a human that has passed over, so they're dead. A spirit could be a demon, it could be an angel, it could be a fairy, it could be a shade or a shadow person. These are spirits that were not human. They are other, they are spirits. They are beings in their own right rather than a product of humans, if that makes sense. So like an ancestor counts as a spirit, but so does a shade, but a shade and an ancestor are not the same thing. I'm doing that thing again where I forget where I am. What's your opinion on baneful magic? Do what you want. That's my opinion on it. I don't have I'll do it if I need to. If I don't need to do it, I won't do it. If there's another option, I won't do it, because what's the point in doing it when there's another option? But I'm also not going to shame anyone for what they need to do for their own tradition, their own path. It's a weird thing that's going on at the minute where people just like shame and bully other people for their own practice, when actually in the majority of cultures around the world, even in British traditional witchcraft, cursing was just as common as curing. It's a twofold path. The same applies in the majority of traditions around the world. It's only modern light worker style traditions. Now, light worker traditions are kind of like some aspects of Wicca among other things. It's not just like one term, it's kind of like a collection. It's only really modern kind of light worker style traditions that believe in only good, when the reality of the world is that good cannot exist without bad, and most traditional folk magic traditions have a balance of two. So I'm never going to shame someone for doing a baneful working if it's what they feel they need to do. The only thing I will say is just make sure that you are careful. Make sure that you are doing it for the right reasons and not the wrong reasons. And if you can take another route, it's always best to take another route. But if you can't find another route, then I'm not going to shame you for it either, you know? But then again, I'm pretty chill about it like that, to be fair. I'm not the most uptight when it comes to that. Have you got any tattoos? I don't have any tattoos. I had a plan on having a full sleeve, and then I realised I was poor, and tattoos cost money. I was poor, and I was indecisive, and I went, maybe when I have a bit more money. And then I just never ended up doing it. I'm just so indecisive. I'm still so blooming indecisive that I don't know whether I ever will. Maybe I will one day. I love tattoos. And I'm so indecisive. I don't know if I ever could. I'd probably change my mind on it in like 10 seconds. Can you recommend any books about ancestor work? Yes, you can. Yes, I can. It is called, oh God, I moved it. there it is. It's called Honouring Your Ancestors. And I got it recently, and I read a bit of it, and I really, really like it. I've not fully read it, but I have heard fantastic reviews from lots of my friends in the community, so it looks like a really, really good book. It covers lots of different topics and lots of different ways of honouring ancestors. And yes, you can honour people that aren't just your family. You can honour people that were friends, people who came before you, people within your culture, people that you know, or people historically. You can honour so many people, because I think a lot of people, when they hear the word ancestor, they think blood relative. But ancestor is someone that came before. So if you were adopted, for instance, or if you have bad blood with your blood relatives, you don't have to use those ancestors in your ancestor worship. You can use other ancestors, people that you looked up to, people that were significant in your life, whether they were friends or friends of family, or people that were icons for you, you know, mentors, or anyone like that. You can even go really far back and go into like cultural heritage of just people that came before you, people that paved the way. And in which case you're going to want to use symbols that represent them more than like photographs. So a lot of ancestor altars will use a skull because it represents the physical form. You know, no matter who it was, any spirit, any human spirit can recognize the human form. You know, so a lot of skulls are used, or you might use music or food or symbols or drink that represent the people that you're honoring that came before, and you can do it that way as well. consequences. What if a fairy thanks you? I mean, if a fairy thanks you, then I guess they just thank you. I mean, if a fairy... You don't have to do anything if a fairy thanks you. I mean, it's rare that a fairy will thank you. But if they do thank you, then you can do what you want with that. Usually just take it as a compliment and leave before they trick you into anything. How can you work with nature spirits? First step is to get out in nature and start connecting with them. Because that's always the first step. Everything else comes after that. Just respect them, be with them, interact with them. You know, that's always the first step. I don't know what that song is, but... Do I have any video about familiars? I don't, but I definitely want to do one. I'm gathering a whole bunch of information from like folkloric resources to different paths and how they work with familiars. I'm just trying to get kind of like a good assortment of information about familiars before I do make a subject on it, because I am sick to death of people claiming that their pet cat is a familial spirit. Don't get me wrong, sometimes, rarely, it can happen, but a cat rubbing its head against an altar does not make it a familial spirit. Controversial topic right there. But there's more to being a familiar spirit than just existing. And I have spoken to so many people that were like, oh, well, my cat really wants to sit on my altar and knock things off, therefore it's a familiar. I'm like, no, that's a cat. All cats like to knock shit over. I have yet to meet a cat that doesn't like sitting on flat surfaces with things on it and knocking them off. I'm pretty certain that's just a general, like, cat trait. Would you show your herbs? I do plan to. I have all of my herbs. I don't know if anyone's seen them, those IKEA cube units. I have a cube unit that's in the workshop currently. It's finally up. And 4 of the cubes so far are just full to the brim with herbs. I then have 2 like wardrobe type things that are full of herbs in jars. And my plan is that one section of the wall is going to be shelves that have got all my herbs on them. However, that's not been built yet. So when the workshop is finished and all my herbs are like tidied out of the way, I am planning on kind of doing a walkthrough and just kind of a brief... I don't know how's best to do it, whether to just do it like a walkthrough or whether to do it where like, I'm like, and this is this herb and this is what you can use it for. And this is this herb and this is what you can use it for. You know, I don't know whether to do it that way. I'm not sure. I'm just going to have to see when I get to it. Thank you so much. Cool Kelsey. I like your name. That's really cool. Your name is cool, Cool Kelsey. Can anyone celebrate witchy holidays like Samhain? Yes, of course. So... when it comes to witchy holidays, I think it's really important to remember that these holidays predate the Wheel of the Year as we see it today. Most of the holidays, such as Beltane, Samhain, Yule, Imbolc, Lammas, they come from different traditions, and those traditions have been celebrated in some cases for thousands of years in various forms. What we see today as the Wiccan Wheel of the Year was mushed together by Gerald Gardner and his friends. So there's so many people from so many different backgrounds that follow the Wheel of the Year type celebrations, and there's even more that follow the original celebrations from the original locations. And depending on your tradition, you might find that you follow some of them, but not all of them. So for instance, Celtic peoples would not have followed the entire Wheel of the Year because some of the traditions they would probably have never heard of. Whereas some celebrations like Samhain, they would have celebrated in various incarnations because it's something that they knew. So it's just really important to remember that when it comes to like the witch holidays, they aren't grouped together from a historical standpoint. Like different holidays came from different places and have been followed by different people. Do you watch the Mint Fairy here on YouTube? What are some of the other witch YouTubers you watch? I don't watch any witch YouTubers. Not a single one of them. Because it's just like being at work all day and then going home and learning about work all day. Do you know what I mean? So like my YouTube history is very, very different. It's mostly like camping, camping videos, like wild camping videos. It's like dressmaking videos, crafting. I'll throw off some names of people that if you like the kind of things I like, you might like them too. So, Ash Outdoors. Ash Outdoors is a fantastic... Is it Ash Outdoors or Ash Outdoors UK? Does fantastic camping content. Love that content. Have watched a whole bunch of it. Bernadette Banner, fantastic. Obviously, we've got Rachel Maxey. You all know I absolutely love Rachel Maxey. Nerd Forge. Evan and Caitlin. I love their content. I just like that kind of content. It's like more relaxing content. Thoughty2 is another fantastic channel, just educational content. That's the stuff I watch on YouTube, mainly because I don't want to like be at work all day and then go home and watch work. That's a bit much, you know? Okay, I'm getting a little bit more information about this psychic with the demon. Okay. And it ties in with the, what I was talking about earlier about the true names, right? Demons rarely give their true name, ever. So you can have a spirit that tries to trick you into thinking it's a demon by giving you a demon's name or a claimed demon's name, because they want to feel like the big bad and they aren't the big bad. So they'll tell someone that their name is such and such when actually it's not in the slightest. Most demonic names are not real names. They are the English they have been turned into English so that we can understand them better. They aren't actually their true names, if that makes sense. Like demonic names are usually, they're not in English. They're very guttural, and it's hard for us to spell because they don't include letters that we recognize. So most of the names of demons that we see are not the real demons' names. And in reality, spirits can lie. And any spirit can claim that it's any other spirit if it wants extra clout and it wants to manipulate you even further. Or psychic can lie. Psychics are not the God's gift to the earth. Psychics can lie just as much as anyone else, especially if it means getting some coins. So please, if in doubt, and a psychic has walked up to you and they're like, oh my god, you have a terrible, severe demon attached to you, please don't immediately panic, because I have seen so many people getting scammed with that exact scheme, and more often than not, it's exactly that, a scheme to make money. I'm doing that thing again, sorry, where I forget to talk as I'm scrolling. I do it all the time. I disagree, Latin is not that difficult. Yeah, but are you trained in Latin is what I'm saying. When I say that like most people get Latin wrong, it's because they use Google Translate to try to make English into Latin, which is like the worst way to learn Latin, by the way. Like, my Latin teacher would scream if he knew that any of his students had used Google Translate to go from English to Latin, because the order of the words is not the same. So what I mean by if you see a spell online that's written in Latin, it's probably written by a 13-year-old who thinks that Latin sounds cooler, so they've used the English to Latin Google Translator to try to make a spell Latin, and it means completely different to what they think it means, because Google Translate is not a reliable source for translation. Like, it's fine for, like, basic translation of, like, I wonder what this food is, so you put the name of the food in and it tells you, but when you want to make, like, grammatically accurate sentences, Google Translate is terrible. Do 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 do. still scrolling. I'm trying to not repeat questions. See, that's the thing. I'm trying not to like repeat answers. Right, I'll answer this while I'm scrolling. How is the workshop coming along? It is very, very, very slow. Mainly because I've been trying, me and my dad have been trying to do it whilst the room was full of stuff. So I never took anything out of the workshop. Everything was already in the workshop and we just did the workshop renovation around it. So we painted the walls. That bit was easy enough. Oh, it's about to jump. I'm going to lose so much. So we did the walls and we had to like move everything away from the walls to paint the walls. And then we put down hard floor, which by the way is a pain in the ass when you have 5 years worth of business equipment in an office. So we did that. And then the next job was to put up the unit, which we did next. And that's finally up with everything in it. Now my biggest challenge is I have a ginormous dining table in my office that is covered in shit. It's not like smeared in shit. I mean, like it's covered in stuff. And there's all stuff under the table and you can't move in there because there's so much stuff. So my next job is to clear the stuff so that I can then put in the worktop and then we can dismantle the wardrobes and take all the jars out so I can then put up the shelves. And then I've got to put another unit in and then a seat and a rug and all the fun stuff. I've got a tapestry. I bought a tapestry from a show and I really want it up. And yeah, but the problem is time and viruses and all that fun stuff makes it really hard. So we started it in July and now it is November. So you can see how well this is going. Have you ever found out what the mystery smell was? Oh, it's just passing spirits. It's usually always passing spirits. I get it sometimes. They just kind of wander through. It was really bad during Samhain. A lot of things were coming through then, but it's usually not too bad and it doesn't really bother me either. Could you do the menstruation magic in the podcast? No, because the podcast is not about witchcraft. The podcast is about folklore. So at the minute I'm not planning on putting any witchcraft centric content in the podcast. The podcast is just about kind of British folklore. And the information about the podcast is all in the description box. It's on the channel Through the Blackthorn Arch, and it's also on like Spotify and Google and all those things. I'm trying really hard to get it on Apple Podcasts. I've been trying for like months, but Apple Podcasts keeps saying that I need to verify my account, but my account's already verified. So then it keeps sending me around this loop of being like, you need to do this. And I'm like, well, I've already done that. And it's like, okay, well, you need to do this. I'm like, well, I've already done that. Well, you need to do this. And it just keeps sending me in circles. So I'm trying really hard to get it on Apple Podcasts, but currently failing miserably. And can you suggest any books for learning tarot and some tricks? I don't have any books on the subject. The only book I use, I don't know what it's called, and it's currently in a bookshelf right up there. I can practically see it through the ceiling, the bottom of the bookshelf. But generally, when it comes to learning tarot, it's try not to take in too much stuff all at once. You know, you don't need to learn every single potential meaning to every single card in a day. You know, do single card draws, learn the meanings, but also don't rely on the meanings. You know, you're going to need to be looking at the imagery in that card, why the imagery represents what it represents, because at least for me, when I came to learning cards, it's much easier for me to get cues from the cards as to what the card means versus just using my very poor memory to do that. So look at the card, look at the imagery, the emotion, the colours, the symbols in that card, and then note down what you think it means, then check what the card actually means, and then do that every single day. And eventually you're going to start getting the same card you know, again, and then in a few weeks you might get it again. And then it's a case of trying to remember what the card meaning is from a symbolic perspective, and then also seeing the meaning and reading the meaning in the symbols of the card. I love how people are like, start live, I'll be live for 1 to 2 hours, it's more than 1 to 2 and you're still live. It's like, if you want me to stop, I can stop. I always feel like it's just a bit of a weird comment, you know? Like, I can stop if you want me to stop. It's basically just saying, like, why are you still here? Have you met Dan the Bard? I haven't met him, no. I've been to his concerts before. Fantastic, phenomenal. I was at Witchfest it was either 2018 or 2019. I think it was probably 2019. And absolutely phenomenal. So happy. I was so nervous. I didn't really want to go. I hate concerts. I hate people. Sorry. I hate people. I don't like being around people. And I saw the end of Incubus Succubus performing. If you don't know them, they're another really popular pagan rock band. They were phenomenal. And then I saw Dan the Bard, and it was like the most amazing experience ever. It was absolutely fantastic. I'm doing that thing again where I'm trying to read and figure out where I was. Can you do tea reading? I do tea leaf reading, but it's not like my main form of reading, mainly because I don't like tea. Very, very rarely do I ever choose to drink tea. I will drink herbal teas when I need them, out of necessity and not out of choice. So like if I'm feeling sick, I'll have ginger tea. If I need help with like my IBS, I'll use like peppermint tea. If I need to calm down, because sometimes I get damn hyper, I will use like chamomile tea. Besides that, I don't like doing tea. I don't like drinking tea. What can you tell me? Questions like this always confuse the hell out of me. Like, what can you tell me about elementals and elemental magic? And it's like, that's a humongous topic. I'm gonna need you to specify a little bit. It's like walking up to someone and just being like, tell me everything about physics. It's like, well, that's a huge topic. So I never really know what to say, because both of that they're very, very big topics, and I don't know even where to start on that one. Don't even know where to start. Do you ever do hair magic? I do sometimes. If I'm feeling particularly anxious, I'll plait stress into my hair, and then when I get in the shower later, I'll just release it all down the drain. That's really as far as it goes. That's about it. Okay, we're still talking about the psychic thing, right? Here's my thing, right? Most demons of any kind aren't bothered with people. They just aren't. Like, they might be curious occasionally. And I can't see any reason why a demon would need to attach onto a child. I can't see any conceivable reason why it would need to. Ever. Now, I know you say like reputable and works with the Golden Dawn, but someone can have reputation, but that doesn't mean that everything they say is accurate. Now, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying if you're gonna worry about it, I would recommend going to another person. Like, gut feeling, this sets off every red flag I can possibly think of when working with a psychic. So go to a different psychic. You know, interact with someone else and see if And don't sway them. That's the other thing. Don't go in and say, I think there's a demon attached to me, blah, 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 blah. Just see what they pick up for themselves. Because even psychics, even good psychics, can be swayed by what you say. So go to a different psychic medium and see what they pick up. And if they don't pick up anything, then that's kind of odd, because if it's a super powerful demon, another psychic would be able to pick up on that and then go from there. Like, I would say in this circumstance, never take one psychic's word for it. If it's something that's really concerning to you and it's really impacting your life, always get a secondary opinion, because especially in the metaphysical psychic world, there are a lot of not very reputable people. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have a following. I'd argue that probably some of the scammiest psychics in the world have huge followings, but that doesn't mean that they're a good psychic. You know what I mean? So this is not me discrediting the psychic you've been to. It's just a case that if you're so worried about it as it appears, I would go to someone else in a separate circle, maybe who works with something different, and see what they pick up on, because it may well be that the type of practice that they are used to is swaying their opinion on the subject, or that they are perceiving things differently because of their tradition, which is why it's usually good to go to someone from a different circle to see what they pick up, because you might find that they pick up something different, or they might pick up the same, or they might pick up nothing, but it's always worth getting a secondary opinion just to check whether that's accurate or not. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Is there an unharmful way to contact the dead like a loved one? What makes it harmful in the first place? And now I'm asking this mainly because different people, depending on where they started off witchcraft in, they may be using the opinions of another opposing faith, or they may be using, movies and TV as like a baseline default. The majority of cultures and traditions who work with connecting with the dead don't do it in a harmful way at all. If anything, it's like the 1% that do it in a harmful way. So like 99.9% of ways that you can do it is not going to be all that harmful. It's all about having respect and also not being gullible are like the two main things I can say. What song is that? Oh, it's When Somebody Loved Me. Okay, God, we're going full fucking Toy Story today. I've not seen Toy Story in like years. Right. How do you work with offerings? So offerings, it really depends on tradition. Obviously, certain traditions will have different techniques that they use when working with offerings. Sometimes an offering can be something as simple as energy, or it can be time. It depends on what you're working with as well. So if you're working with an ancestor, you might give them something that they really enjoyed in life. You might give them alcohol or food. You might play their favorite music or put on their favorite TV show. If you're working with a plant spirit, you might want to give them energy, water them, tend to them, make sure that they're protected, make sure that they're safe. If you're working with water spirits, clearing pollution out of the water system might be a great way of giving an offering. You can also put energy into that water, leave food and drink and anything else. It really depends on what you're working with and why you're working with them, and also kind of how often you're going to be doing that. But for the most part, some of the most valuable forms of offering are things that require your time and energy. You know, in some cultures that's dancing or singing, in others it's cleaning gravestones or cleaning water systems, it's weeding around a plant so that it's protected, it's offering time or, you know, playing favourite music, those kind of things. So offerings very much depends on who you're giving an offering to and also why you are giving an offering as well. Anglicised. That was the word I was after. Thank you very much. I can't believe I completely forgot. Oh, wild bear. Yes, wild bear camping is amazing. So I've only just got to the bit about the YouTubers. This is how far behind I am. But yeah, wild bear camping, girl outdoors is another really good one. Anything like that, like wild camping. I just love it. I really want to go wild camping, but I would be too scared to do it. It sounds amazing. Like, it sounds phenomenally cool. But I don't think I'd ever have the nerve to do it. I've not been camping in like 10 years. Oh no, it's gonna jump. It jumped. Okay. I need to go up again. Scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. Ah, here we go. See, I wasn't too far behind. This is alright. I know I said I was only going to be on for like 1 to 2 hours, but I actually feel kind of better. You can tell I'm warming up now because my nails are no longer entirely red. Like, this is the best test for whether I'm warm or not. Red means warning. It means I'm angry because I'm cold. Now I'm not so cold. My hands are actually really red because they're boiling. So now it's fine. Now I'm calm. I'm calm half because I'm not cold. If I'm cold, I get rageful. I really do hate being cold. It's really bad. Have you wait, what? Have you ever thought of singing in a band your short hymns between answers are hauntingly beautiful? Oh, I wish they were hauntingly beautiful. I think my neighbours would argue that it sounds like a dying cat. No, I don't sing in public. I think I got made to do karaoke at my cousin's house for Christmas like 15 years ago, and I've never got over the traumatic experience. Right. Doing it again, where I forget to talk while I'm learning. While I'm reading, should I say. That song is not... At least I haven't had the Winnie the Pooh theme song in my head yet today. That always happens, but that song is stuck in my head. Can you be a Satanist and practice witchcraft? Yes, you can. There's lots of different forms of Satanism. The Satanism that was spoken about in the last video I reacted to was non-theistic Satanism. It's the Satanism that's found within those who follow the Satanic Temple, which is only one form of Satanism. Now, a lot of people miss that and were like, there's more than one form of Satanism. I'm like, yes, there are. It's in the description box. It says what it is in the description box. So some forms of Satanism are more theistic. They have more of a supernatural type belief behind them, and in which case a lot of people who follow theistic Satanism also practice witchcraft as well if they choose to. Now, there are lots of people who follow non-theistic Satanism who do also practice witchcraft. It's entirely a personal choice, much like being a Christian witch or being a pagan witch. You don't have to kind of go into it, but if you do want to, there are ways to make that work within your religion or your tradition. Aren't fairies and nature spirits the same thing? No. There's a lot of confusion between them, but fairies are... How do I best describe this? The problem is that there's a lot of crossover. And so you'll find that some people will write about fairies, but they're actually writing about nature spirits, but they're calling them fairies. In all my years working with fairies, I've never known them to be the same thing. Now, the belief system behind fairies varies between Wales is different to Ireland, which is different to Scotland, which is different to England, which is probably different to mainland Europe as well. I say mainland Europe as though people didn't vote for us to leave Europe. Still annoyed about that. But essentially, fae are a collection of spiritual beings that reside in a separate plane that is on top but separate from our own. So it's essentially like fish. There's lots of different fish. They don't all look the same, they don't all act the same, they don't all live in the same places, but they're all called fish, right? Same applies to fairies. So fairies is a collective term that's used to describe a whole range of different spiritual beings, most of which reside in a separate spiritual plane. This includes spirits such as I'm going to butcher this name, I always get it wrong. Is it called the Tuatha De Danann? I can spell it, I can't freaking say it. These are fairies of court-style fairies that you would see, say, in fairy tales. You have the court-style fairies. Now, there's different belief systems. Some believe that they are gods that have been reduced down to fairies. Now, I've met a few fairies who get really insulted by that. And other fairies who are simply just fairies. Nature spirits reside in our plane and have always resided in our plane, associated with the plants and the natural environment around us. This would include probably things like nymphs and more elemental type spirits, whereas fairies can travel back and forth, hence the trooping of the fairies, which happens Beltane? Wow, my memory is not good. And also you see and interact with more fairies during Samhain and Beltane anyway, because the veil is thin. So in my experience, nature spirits and fairies are not the same thing. They have very distinctive differences, but for other people who live in different areas of the world, who maybe have had different experiences, they may perceive them as being very similar. And I think it's just one of those things where the line is drawn in different places depending on culture and just where you are. Do you drink coffee then? No, I can't have caffeine at all. Well, I can have it, but it's a really bad idea. I feel like I'm dying. So, no coffee for me. Do you still use your living altar deck? If so, how do you use them? I use them on all of my altars. They're in quite a few of my altar setup videos. I don't use them for readings, mainly because they are so freaking huge. Like, I'm calling out to all the companies now making tarot decks. Stop making giant fucking cards. I'm so angry when they do that. Because, like, it stops so many people from being able to use them. And they're so big, I physically cannot shuffle them. Like, I have to split them in half, shuffle each half, and then put them together and just kind of sort of shuffle them together because they're so big. I don't understand where this need for making huge cards comes from, because one, it's not great if you've got mobility issues. Good luck trying to hold your hand around something freaking huge. And it's not great for like 50% of the population that has small hands. So I've actually just ordered myself the mini version of the Wild Unknown deck. I say I just ordered it. I pre-ordered it like 6 months ago. Because it's a mini version of a deck of cards I already love that I can actually shuffle. So I mainly use the Living Altar as like decorative altar cards, manifestation cards that I use on manifestation altars and in spellwork and ritual more than I use them for readings, because they're just so hard for me to shuffle. Like, it physically hurts to shuffle the cards. So I've kind of given up on shuffling them. They're really great to do readings from if you can actually hold the cards. But if you have to like split the deck in half just to shuffle it, you lose a lot of the action that goes into doing a reading, at least for me anyway. So I find it really, really difficult. Will you talk about mythology in the podcast? I mean, 5 episodes of the season are already out on the podcast. Hint, 5 episodes are already out on the podcast, and they're all about mythology and legend and folklore. That's what the podcast is all about. Can shades be protective of a person that they're visiting? Yes, they can, especially if they have resided within that environment or around that person for a really long time, especially if they become comfy and safe within that environment. You'll often find that shades will stick around in one place for sometimes decades. My parents' house had a shade living in it for probably about 12, 15-ish years, and it has a very protective, watchful energy if they like being there. Now, obviously, not all shades are going to be protective. Some are going to be quite nasty, but then that's an individual thing as well. If I do a positive spell, luck or prosperity, and they have protections up, will it work? No, is the short answer, but it's more complicated than that. So, okay, how do I best describe this? So you're doing a spell on another person. Now, it doesn't matter what type of intention you've added onto that energy, you're still trying to get energy into someone else's life. Now, everyone, whether they know it or not, has their own energy. They may have ancestors looking out for them. These may be close relatives that have passed over or long gone ancestors. You know, it really depends on the person. Depending on their belief system, they may have angels, they may have guides, what people often refer to as guardians, watching out for them. They may also have familial spirits or spirit guides around them. And culturally, this is going to vary depending on who a person is and their kind of history and their tradition. Now, you have to get that energy past all of those spirits. Now, that person may not know that those spirits are even there, which makes it much easier for the energy to get through because they're relying on guardians to be able to protect them. Some people, like practitioners, have a lot more protections up to protect them from wayward energies, and so they're going to be even harder to get that energy to. It doesn't really matter whether that energy has positive or negative intention. You still have to get it past all of those people and into that person's life. Now, depending on the strength of the guardians, you're more likely to get positive intended energy in because they may be able to see that that energy is for the person's benefit. However, they may also say, no, that's tampering, get out, and stop that energy from getting in, which can cause a backfire. Which is why when I recommend any workings that are being done on another person, don't target the person, target their life. If you want to assist someone in getting a job interview or being successful in that job interview, instead of doing the working on them as an individual, do the working on something else in their life, whether that's a charm bracelet that you give them, whether that is doing a working for kind of adding in the idea of hiring the person into the company itself. Generally, it's much easier to put that energy into someone's life outside of them than it is to directly target them, because the more energy that's targeted at a person, the more likely it is that it's not going to get through and it's more likely to backfire, which is why affecting other people's lives is much easier than affecting them as individuals. Oh, it's gonna jump again. Oh no! And scroll up. Down, 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 down. Have you ever heard of light workers? Oh boy, have I heard of light workers. They really like to attack people. How do you feel about them? I feel relatively indifferent about them. I have the same approach to light workers as I have to everyone else, is if you're comfortable on that path, then I am very glad that you found the path that you did. What I don't like are light workers who constantly bully people into forcing them into following the same path they do. You know, like, oh, you're a bad person because you do dark spells, even though like 99.9% of human history, when it came to folk magic, the light goes with the bad. Like, it's not either or. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you can believe and you can follow whatever you want. Just don't try and make other people follow that by bullying and harassing them. That's a dick move. Like, I've met some light workers that really should just be called bullies. And that's the same in every community. You know, no community is free of people like that. But it's just like, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth, you know? Some people will call themselves light workers and then verbally abuse people that don't agree with them. That's not very light workery of you. So as long as people are happy in their own tradition, I'm fine with that. Just don't try and push it on someone else, you know? What did I sing? Is this like... I think this is in reference to the karaoke that I did like 15 years ago. The only one on the list that I had even a chance of doing reasonably well was Love Story by Taylor Swift. And I had never listened to that song before. And it actually came into my head again recently. And like, I hated it. I hated every second of it. I hated it. I can't... standing in front of people. No. Standing in front of people and embarrassing myself is like... It's awful. I can't understand why people go to like karaoke bars. I can't do it. I can't do it. Do you get anxiety from caffeine? It makes my anxiety worse. I already have an anxiety disorder, which already causes panic attacks. And then when I have caffeine, it just makes it all like 10 times worse. I can tell, I used to have it a lot. I used to go at uni and get coffee. Like I used to have like a mocha coffee on my way back from lectures. And you ask for decaf, 9 times out of 10 the barista will give you actual caffeine and completely ignore your request, which is so dangerous, by the way. Like, I genuinely can't understand why baristas will give someone, like, actual milk because they think they're joking about having oat milk, but they're severely lactose intolerant and it'll make them sick, you know what I mean? It's like, I used to go and get a mocha and they would always end up giving me a caffeinated one. And I don't know what they were thinking, because it's not like I can't tell. When I literally feel like I'm dying, I can tell that they've given me caffeine. So I just gave up. I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. I was like lying in bed for like 6 hours till the caffeine came out of my system. So now I just drink hot chocolate everywhere I go. Is it unhealthy? Probably. But does it taste nice? Yes. And I'm going to continue to do it. Thank you so much. It's the th in tua, tha is silence. So is it just tua? Tua de dinan? Tua de dinan. I'm terrible at languages. I'm currently trying to learn Welsh and I'm failing miserably. I can say it or I can type it. Like I can say it or I can write it. But if I hear it, I cannot write it because it sounds nothing like it. Like, you look at a sentence and you hear that same sentence being said and you're like, how is that the same? How is that the same thing? So I'm chipping away at it because I love living in Wales and I love hearing Welsh and I love learning Welsh, but my brain cannot compute. Like, the word milk, is it written like L-L-A-E-T-H and it's pronounced like heith. Do e hoffi te coffee a heith. And I'm like, how is that the word milk? How is that the word milk? How is that how it's said versus how it sounds? Now, I might have butchered that pronunciation. I've been trying for months to get that word down and I cannot get it down. I'm trying so hard to learn Welsh and I'm failing miserably. Oh my goodness, Phil. that might have been the best compliment ever. He said the first episode of the podcast almost sounds a little like Horrible Histories in its content and the way you tell it. I used to love Horrible Histories. That show was amazing. So the fact that the first episode sounded like Horrible Histories has made my day. Oh no, it's gonna jump. Did I miss an entire conversation about karaoke? You did, Phil. You missed the entire conversation about karaoke. Which is shocking considering you really like karaoke. Or at least, I can't tell if you like karaoke, if you just like the idea of karaoke. I started practicing witchcraft recently. Isn't it important to learn protective magic first? I mean, I'd argue it's more important to learn foundational practices, you know, energy work, energy sensing, visualization, centering, grounding, those kind of things. Then protection work is really useful because it's a really fast acting, really useful thing to learn. Can you explain something about blood magic? I mean, I can try. What is it that you would like to explain? Or would like me to explain? Do you believe in Merlin and Arthur's existence? How do I best word this? No. I love Arthurian legend. I've been fascinated with it my entire life. I have like Arthurian, like oracle cards and books, and I love it. However, going off what we know I'm not talking to you, Alexa. Can you hear her? Okay. She does that a lot. She just kind of stops talking at me. Are you okay? Yeah? Okay. Like, when we actually look at the history of, like, Merlin and the records and stuff, Merlin wasn't a wizard. Merlin was probably absolutely bonkers. And his name wasn't even Merlin either. It was something similar but different. I forget what it actually is. There's really no record historically of Arthur existing at all, and it's largely, as far as I have heard from historians and folklorists, it was largely a way of pushing back against heathen pagans. A lot of the original descriptions of Arthur show that, like, on his shield there was a depiction of the Virgin Mary, and it appears as though a lot of the story is designed to describe the Christian hero pushing back against the pagans. Now, obviously, I am not a historian, and that's only what I've picked up on, but I think it was more used as a story than actual people. That doesn't make me love it any less. I'm still fascinated with all of the characters. The combination of, like, Christian beliefs mixing with pre-Christian folklore and tradition, it's always really fascinated me, but I don't think it actually happened. I mean, it would be really cool, and don't get me wrong, I love the BBC TV show, but I don't think it happened. I just want to know the song that she sung. Which, okay, I think I already said that one. I did answer that one. Former theatre, oh yeah, I forget that you were a theatre kid. I always forget that you were a theatre kid. I couldn't do it. Karaoke? Oh, God, no. I can't. My shower hears all of the torture of me belting out music. I don't even listen to. Literally, it's like Taylor Swift, Halsey. What else is on there? I just have this list. Adele. Just this list that I go through. I don't even listen to that kind of music, but that's all my neighbours hear when I'm singing in the shower. Sorry, neighbours. What's your opinion on spirit court investigations, and are they accurate? Wait, I'm really confused. Like, Court investigations, like, I'm confused. Can someone explain what a spirit court investigation is? Are we talking like a court investigation, like an actual like legal court? Or are we talking about something else? I feel a little lost. Please explain. Would love to know what brand of eyeshadows you're using. Okay, right. I am using up an old Jeffree Star eyeshadow palette. I do not support Jeffree Star. I do not buy any of his makeup products anymore. However, I was given a palette years ago and I'm trying to get through it. So the brown is from that, and then the inner corner is from Colourpop's Guardian palette, you know, the Sailor Moon palette. That's what that's from. And that's it. That's all I'm using because I didn't have the willpower to do any more than that. Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. I hope one day you'll be able to ship to the US. I mean, I probably will one day. Can't say it's going to be anytime soon, but it depends on whether the restrictions get lifted anytime soon. But at the minute, it seems like it's just going to get worse and worse. What was that? Any thoughts on doing spellwork, rituals, or magic on your birthday, or is it just another day? I consider it as just another day, I'll be honest. I don't really see it as that significant. I love karaoke, but I have to have liquid courage first. See, that's a good idea. I don't drink, so I can't even really do that. Oh no, we're dropping frames. Don't know what's been happening, but my internet's suddenly freaking out. Would it be a mistake to do a hex during this full moon lunar cycle? I don't know. Do you think it would be a mistake? That is always the question, because like whether it's a mistake or not is really entirely up to you and what you think would be a mistake or not. I apologize if this is kind of glitching. I'm not really sure what's going on. It says that we're dropping frames. I don't know if it's bad for anyone else. But hopefully it'll be alright. I'm nearly finished now anyway, to be fair. Unfortunately, when you live in a busy area, everyone decides they want to use the internet at around this time of night, and it starts to get kind of laggy. What's my favourite song to sing? I don't know, I cycle through them. It's, what do we have on the rotation, the rotor at the minute? We've got, Jar of Hearts. I don't know who sings that, but that song, I like that song. We've got Someone Like You by is it Someone Like You by Adele? Wait. I don't know what the song is called. It's by Adele. And it's the I Heard That You Settle Down song. That one. I'm terrible with names. Did you notice? I'm awful with names. We've got Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Any Halsey song. That's alright. Sweater Weather, I can do that one, that's alright. I really struggle to find things that that have the range for. So like I tend to stick to the same artists and just like vary the song. So anything by Halsey is fine, anything by Miley Cyrus is fine. I don't really like her like newer music, but like what was the song that was from the last song? Oh no, whatever that song is. That's in the rotation. Titanium's still in the rotation. It's been in the rotation for like 10 years. Yeah, I just kind of cycle through. And they often repeat themselves. I have like an exact number. Oh, Ariel. What's it called? Part of Your World. That's a great one. That's a banger, that is. I like deafened my neighbour with that one. You can imagine how annoying I must be to like... to be around. Christina Perry, that's it. Someone Like You by Adele, that's the one. It's like, yeah, you can imagine that I must be like really annoying to live next to. But yeah, those are the current rotation of what's going on. I add to it all the time. I'll like hear something. Oh, Elton John, Your Song by Elton John. I heard someone singing that in town. I just added it into the rotation. It's a bit of an odd mix, to be fair. It kind of jumps all over the place. But yeah, that's my current rotation. Do you have any Audible recommendations? Unfortunately, I don't. Mainly because I don't listen to audiobooks. I can't focus on audiobooks, I found. But any book that I recommend in book form would probably be just as good in audio form, as long as the person doing the audio isn't really annoying. I don't know what book series it was. I think it might have been the Morganville Vampires series. I love that series, always have. I got the first book on like an Audible trial, and I cannot sit through it because I find the person doing the audio, their voice is unbelievably grating, and I couldn't sit through it. Whereas like, say the Harry Potter books are read by Stephen Fry, and I really like his voice. So I find it really depends on who's doing the audio. So any book that I recommend generally would probably be good in audiobook form, but obviously it depends on who's doing the reading. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the laggy stream is just going to be here till I finish the stream. I don't know what's going on. Somewhere in the area, someone is gaming or something. Maybe it's the kid next door. Maybe he's streaming or something. A spirit court investigation is when a psychic medium finds out your spirit guides. I have never heard that term before. Okay, interesting. Interesting. How do you not lose motivation or faith in yourself when the workings you perform continually don't yield? I work on the principle of if something doesn't work, try it differently. Like, I'll never do the same type of working twice if it doesn't work the first time. I'll always switch it up and try something else. But I'll be honest, I don't really lose faith in myself that often. So I've never really had that much of a problem with that. Because I'm so stubborn, I will refuse to lose faith in it. So for me, I just bounce around and I try a whole bunch of different things just to make sure that that I don't stagnate on something that just doesn't work. Nerdforge has a new video out. Oh my goodness. I'm definitely going to have to watch that after this. Okay, good. As long as the voice isn't lagging, that's alright. A lot of people watch their lives as like long podcasts. I sing Part of Your World in the shower all the time. It's so good though. It's amazing. Like, if you want a great like theatre song, I love that. I know it's technically not a theatre song, but it kind of is because it's Disney and they're all kind of theatre songs. But that one is particularly good. That one, and is it called How Far I'll Go from Moana? That one is so good. Oh, I've got the other version of Someone Like You in my head now as well. Is that Kings of Leon? I don't know. I lose track. No danger, you're going to pack it in before midnight, Hearth. Unheard of. I know, it's because I'm not feeling so great today. I'm still not back to normal again. But yeah, I'll go like another like 10 minutes or so, but that's still shorter than most of my lives. I mean, some of my lives are 6 hours long, so the fact that this is not that long, Favorite tarot card is difficult. I like the moon. I know the moon has got some like really like bad associations with it, you know, about deception and secrecy, but that card is just so beautiful. Like, I did an illustration of it for the mystery box a few months ago, and that was so much fun to do. Like, I loved designing that card with the lobster and the wolf/dog. I love it. So that's a really nice one for me. I don't know what others. I don't really like place any higher than any others. Like, I like all of them. I don't have any cards I hate either. Like, I know some people hate the Tower and they hate the Death card, but I don't really mind them all that much. Like, they all have a purpose, you know, so I don't really love any more than any others. But the imagery, I really like the Star card. Absolutely love that. I find the Sun card kind of creepy. Like, the original Rider-Waite-Smith Sun card is kind of creepy. Just a small child riding a horse. It's weird. I don't like it. I know some people love the Sun card, but it creeps me out. And I like the Chariot like imagery as well. And that's really cool. I mean, I like the imagery of the Tower. Doesn't mean I like getting the card, but it's useful. The screen is going like photo booth photographs now, like just like unflattering image after unflattering image. Stars from Les Mis is my go-to. See, I liked Les Mis, but I don't remember it that well. I've never seen the movie. I probably should. But I saw it in London about 10 years ago now, and it was fantastic. If you ever have the chance to go see Les Mis, phenomenal. It was amazing. Do I remember basically anything from it? No, not at all. There's one song that I kind of know. I cannot for the life of me, though, tell you what it is or who sang it. So, good luck with that one. Oh, thank you so much, Brandy. Oh, I'm so glad you like the Blackthorn Arch. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Especially because the Blackthorn Arch I don't get anything for doing it. Like, it's literally just like, I just like doing it. So it's nice seeing that people like it and people enjoy it. Do you have any crafts you like to incorporate witchcraft into? I'll be honest, not really. Then again, I don't really have time. So like, I'll draw like while I've been like out of commission for the last 3 weeks. I've been doing a lot of illustrations, and usually they're kind of occult mythology type things. So I like kind of sketching the imagery into it, but I don't really do anything more than that, mainly because I'm a workaholic and I don't have time for hobbies. Oh dear, do you like Megan? Is it, okay, question, right? Is it Megan the Stallion or is it Megan the Stallion? I don't know. I've never listened to any of their music. My music genre starts at rock and ends at pagan music, and it doesn't go any further than that. I sing random stuff, like just random songs I hear, but like I don't actively like listen to anything beyond like, it's like rock, indie, alt. You know, we're talking like anything from like Motorhead, AC/DC, Rolling Stones, up to kind of like Larkins. They're really good. That kind of genre. And then pagan music. And that's it. That's like as far as my music goes. Oh, and sometimes I will just listen to voice play. The band voice play, like they just do like a cappella. I'll just listen to them on repeat because Jeff Castellucci has the most amazing voice on earth. If you've never listened to Jeff Castellucci, please go and watch on YouTube Oogie Boogie. Is it the Oogie Boogie song by Voice Play? Thank me later. It is phenomenal. I've literally watched that like 1,000 times. Like, Jeff Castellucci's voice is so deep, you truly cannot fathom the depth that man's voice has until you listen to it with, like, decent headphones. Oh my god. I'm in love. with a random stranger on the internet that has an amazing voice. Don't mind me, just being weird. You can tell I've gotten kind of hyperactive now. This is like the manic stage of the live stream. For being unwell, you look totally gorgeous. Thank you so much. I promise I haven't. This is the first day I've worn actual like proper makeup in like 3 weeks. This is why this is like a gentle easing back in again, because I didn't have the willpower to film a video. Do you have any advice for uncrossing workings for finances? I'm doing what I can in the mundane world to reduce costs on 2 specific things, but I want to try a spell to help me too. So with an uncrossing, you need to be doing the removal, like the banishing and the cleansing workings first, and then you want to be doing the amplification workings afterwards. So ideally you're going to want to split the workings across a couple of days so that you can do the uncrossing first in removing the energies. So whether that's a good cleansing, whether that's a cleansing and a banishing of any of the energy that's impacting your finances. And then as soon as that's done, you're going to want to do protections. And then after the protections, you're going to want to do the amplification, the positive workings. And that way you can clear out the bad, protect the good, and then amplify the good, and then do it that way. Kid next door has stopped gaming. It's nearly his bedtime, that's why he's 11. But yeah, it's like all of a sudden, it's like whoever was like draining the internet has just stopped. The Three of Swords, yes, I always think the Three of Swords are so beautiful as well. I've been designing a full deck, and I've currently done the Ace of Pentacles, the Sun, the Moon, and the Three of Swords, because I think they're just so beautiful as cards. I love them. I've got a bit of a saggy sleeve. I kind of left it to dry in a funny way, and now it looks kind of weird. Tips on going to Glastonbury for the first time. Where to visit. Chalice Well, White Well, visit the Tor. The Chalice Well and the White Well are next to one another, just down from the Tor. Fantastic. The White Well is free, you cannot take photographs inside, and be prepared, there might be naked swimmers in the pool. There usually are. The Chalice Well you've got to pay for, but it's really beautiful and it helps to upkeep the gardens. And then throughout the town, you'll have lots of murals on the walls. They're really worth checking out and seeing. And then shop-wise, Starchild, Sons of Asgard, the bookshops. Courtyard Books, phenomenal. The Speaking Tree is amazing. Labyrinth Books is further up the high street. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you want really nice food at an affordable price, it's not a restaurant, there's a place called Cafe Zero at the top of the high street. They do the most amazing sandwiches ever, and I go in there every single time. Besides that, just have fun. Just explore. I mean, there's loads of little things hidden away. There's like little fountains in the walls and beautiful architecture and all kinds of shit just everywhere. Oh, and if you go up the back of the Tor, so like there's loads of signposts, if you head out towards the Tor from the centre of the town, you'll find that on your left is the Chalice Well, and then straight ahead of you is where most people go up for the Tor. If you go up the road between the Chalice Well and the White Well and round the back of the Tor, you can go through the Avalon Orchard, which is like this beautiful orchard overlooking like beautiful rolling green hills with sheep in it. And then you can go up through the Tor that way, and it's just a way nicer route. Okay, I'm sorry, I've stopped being a tour. I could be a tour guide. Maybe that's my dream job. Maybe I'll just become a tour guide. Where's your poppet today? My poppet today is still in the drawer in my apothecary cabinet that it has been in for the last 6 months. Sorry. Yeah, no, he stays in there mainly just because it's so convenient. Do you listen to any Riot Girl music? It is girl, isn't it? No, I don't think so anyway. It might have come up in my like Spotify recommended playlist, but I haven't like purposefully done it. Would you ever consider hosting virtual workshops or educational programs? Opening an apothecary lounge in the States and would love to partner with you. I have never thought about doing it really, mainly because this is kind of my thing. Maybe one day I'll end up doing that, but at the minute, I honestly just don't have the time. Oh yeah, see, you've listened to it, Mark, the Oogie Boogie Man. It's that note at the end. I could just repeat it. I've watched literally like every reaction video to that song there is on the internet, the Oogie Boogie song from Voice Play, because everyone's reaction to that end note, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Do you like the show Charmed? Or just Charm? I've never heard of a show called Charm. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I should look that up. I don't know of a show called Charm anyway. Any tips for staying on your path with a 9-to-5 job? I'm a barista and I find it way too tired to even think by the time I get home. Oh, I feel that one. I feel that one immediately. It's a really difficult one. I'd say just fit your learning in as and when you need to. Try and take things with you that work energetically in your life without you having to put effort into them. So like if you can catch like an hour on a weekend, then making something that you can carry with you that can add that energy into the rest of your life. It's a really, really tricky one, and I feel you on that one because it's really hard balancing everything. Do I like Charmed? I don't hate it. I don't like it either. I have never been able to sit through all of it. I think I get to like season 4 and you kind of lose me on that one. I was always a much bigger fan of Buffy versus Charmed. Like I've seen Buffy dozens of times. I've never sat through the entirety of Charmed, and I have not even touched the new one because I know that it's going to be awful compared to the original. Have you been reading any books at the moment? Any favourites? I have been reading a few. This coming week, I'm filming a video about my current reading list and like my quarterly book breakdown. My favourite book, though, that I've read recently is A Deed Without a Name. That was absolutely phenomenal. I will talk about it more in that video that I'm going to be doing. That one is absolutely fantastic. I would definitely pre-order a deck by Hearth if I could. It's not going to be ready anytime soon. No chance in hell. I was doing it for prints, and then I just kept doing it. And then all of a sudden my style changed, and I started doing things with colour, and then I just stopped doing the cards. So I don't know what's happening with that, but yes, that kind of started happening, so we'll have to see. It's going to take me ages to even finish all of the cards. I really wanted to do something with colour, but also I really like the idea of doing them on like parchment style paper, which is kind of where I'm going right now, so we will have to see. Oh god, are you serious? Sorry, I'm just appalled by this comment. You love the musical in season 6. This is in regards to Buffy, by the way, the musical. I actually can't. You disappoint me. I can't do musical episodes. I can't. Anytime there's a musical episode in any show I've ever watched, I cannot sit through it. And the most annoying thing is that the musical episodes are usually important. So like you have to sit through the musical episode to understand what's going to happen next. I hate it. I was watching Riverdale. And then all of a sudden they put in a musical episode and that was it. I was done. I have not seen it since. I can't do it. Every show does it as well. Lucifer did like a bit of a musical episode. I don't think it was like fully musical, but it was like a bit musical, and I turned it off. I can't do it. I fast forward through musical episodes. Exactly. I feel UK. I cannot sit through musical episodes. It's this deep sense of like, oh, cringe. Lucifer's wasn't plot relevant. Exactly, so I just kind of skipped. I just kind of went, nah, I'm not listening to you sing again. Nope, I love you, Tom Ellis, but not that much. Just kind of skipped through it all. I turned off Lucifer. I haven't seen any of the second half of the most recent season. I can't sit through it. I was so angry. I mean, I told you, Phil, why I was angry. I was so disappointed with the reveal that they did. And I'm not going to spoil it on here for anyone who hasn't seen Lucifer, but Phil, you know what I'm talking about. The reveal that we've been building up for 3 freaking seasons, and they did that with it. I was so angry, I have not been able to watch it properly since. I can't do it. Yeah, there's just something about musical episodes, just, I can't sit through them. I hate anything that's cringe, right? I cannot watch anything that's cringe related. So anything that's even remotely cringy, I cry at. Like, not actually cry, but like I cry inside. Oh, hi, thank you so much, Kai. Thank you so much. It didn't pop up. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. What are your favourite pagan songs? Anything from Damn the Bard, I love. I have a full playlist on my channel that's all of my favourite pagan songs. There's like 1,000 or something on there. It's ridiculous. But those are the ones that I like doing when I'm doing trance work or when I'm doing just general ritual. I absolutely love that. But Damn the Bard I really love. The problem is that because I watch all of his Facebook lives and I've seen him perform in public and I've listened to the music so much, I know all the words, which is a bit of a problem when you're trying to like enter a trance, because like you're just like listening along and then Cauldron Born comes on or Green and Grey and you're like, now I've got to sing along. It's like I've forgotten what the song is called, but it's called it's like Earth, Air, Fire and Water, and it's like, is it Earth My Body? I've completely forgotten the song now. Oh my god, typically. It's like Earth My Body, Water My Blood, Air My Breath and Fire My Spirit, and it's like a chant. And the moment that comes on, I'm like just jamming out and I'm like, no, focus. I'm like just jamming out to it. So I have to keep rejigging the songs, because the problem is that once I've learned the song, I never forget it. And like, I then just have to keep cycling through. But if you want an amazing piece of music, phenomenal. You cannot find it anywhere else. It's on YouTube and you can buy the CD, I believe, from their website, but it looks kind of dodgy. On YouTube, it's called Come Witches to the Dance. And that, oh my goodness, such a beautiful voice. And I wish it was on Spotify so I could add it to my playlist, but it's not. It's only available on YouTube, and it's such an amazing song and a beautiful voice. It's gorgeous. Oh great, now it's in my head. I'm never going to get that out now. You like musical episodes, especially the ones in like Supernatural. I've never sat through Supernatural. I know, I'm a terrible sci-fi fan. I've sat through every season of Stargate, but I have never sat through Supernatural. I can watch season 1. By the time I got to the end of season 1, I was like, every episode is the same. Everything is the same. I much prefer Constantine, but no. They had to scrap Constantine, didn't they? Because it was too similar to Supernatural. I'm still bitter, can you tell? Constantine was an amazing show. Oh, thank you so much, Toaster. I love your name, Toaster Express. That's a fantastic name. And do I spy split hair? Oh, I love split hair. Split hair dye is amazing. Do you know Bardcore? I do. I showed my dad. What is it? It's Dolly Parton. Is it Dolly Parton? Jolene, but the Bardcore version where they changed all the lyrics. So it's not even just like an acoustic song. It's Dolly Parton's Jolene, but in like Old English. So good. So good. What things have you tried in magic that you decided after weren't for you? I don't know. It was never a quick thing. Like, I would try something and I would try something and I keep trying it out. I was determined to make it work, and then eventually I decided it just wasn't, it just wasn't my thing. So like Wicca, tried that for a really long time, like nearly a decade. Wasn't for me. Ceremonial magic, I tried for a long time, and I do still do it occasionally, but I much prefer folk style magic, hands down, literally, in the dirt, usually. What else have I tried that I ended up not liking? I was a storm witch for a long time. I loved that. The only reason I stopped, it wasn't because it wasn't for me, it's because I live in England. We don't get that many storms. So I'd often go like months without being able to do any workings because I really wanted to work with the storm energy, and it just got to the point where I just couldn't do it anymore because there just weren't enough storms. I mean, like in the last 12 months, we've had like, where I live, we've had like one thunderstorm all year, and it's November. So like it wasn't working. So like I don't have really long, no, I don't have really short things where I was like, I tried it once, I don't like it. Instead, I like persist with it because I'm stubborn and I'm determined, and usually I regret it later. Usually. Right, what have we got? Would a pay attention to me smells? Would a pay attention to me smell? No, would a pay attention to me spell be considered a love spell? I think it could definitely fall within that spectrum. Definitely. Oh yeah, Matt Ryan's not doing the convention anymore. That is a shame, but like, it's got to be a big thing to like section out an entire part of your schedule to do a convention when like your work could take you anywhere. Like I never feel annoyed, you know, when like a big celebrity or something doesn't go to a convention, because like I too would probably prioritize the job that I need to attend to a convention. I can understand the appeal of going to conventions, but yeah. True, Supernatural did become the same thing. I was so shocked. Like I'm baffled as to how it did. Is it 10 seasons? Supernatural did 10 seasons while they cut Constantine after 12 episodes. They didn't even finish the first season, and I'm so angry about it. Like, Firefly didn't even get to finish, but Supernatural got 10 seasons. Like, if you love Supernatural, fantastic. I like some episodes I've seen from, like, the first season. I'm just so baffled as to how it was going for so long when so many other, arguably equally as good, not necessarily better, but just, like, equally as good shows got cut. Like, has anyone seen Swamp Thing on Prime? That TV show is fantastic. They cut it after a season. Like, it makes me so mad that they cut all of the best shows after like one season, and they keep some shows going way longer than they should. And don't get me wrong, like Vampire Diaries, I'm a huge Vampire Diaries fan, but like we did not need 8 seasons of the Vampire Diaries. Like they should have cut it after 6, so we didn't have to drag on through Sybil and all of the random crap at the end. Like I would have been fine with like 6 seasons. Did you watch Lost Girl? I love Lost Girl. It's my favourite TV show of all time. Lost Girl and Legend of the Seeker are my 2 favourite shows. If you have the ability to watch Legend of the Seeker, it's an Australian show, and it was phenomenal. Genuinely, Australian TV shows are the best. H2O Just Add Water, that was a fantastic show. Don't get me started on Mako Mermaids, however. I don't understand how the cheap shit spin-off got more seasons than the original fecking show. I'm quite passionate about TV, did you notice? But yeah, like, Legend of the Seeker is amazing. It's 2 seasons, that's all it is. Fantastic. I've watched The Witcher, phenomenal. I loved The Witcher, can't wait for season 2. I haven't seen the animated one yet, but I'm so excited for season 2 of The Witcher. Vampire Diaries lost me around season 5. Yeah, I liked the originals, except the last season. Don't even get me started. Hayley, I am so mad. They did Hayley so dirty. And like Phoebe Tonkin is one of my favourite actresses, and they did her so dirty. And then like the ending, just like, why? Why? Your niece is still alive. She needs you. Oh no, you're done. You're, okay. That seems like a shit decision, but fine. So, I'm still mad about it. This is my problem. I can't watch it. Like, The Vampire Diaries, I was fine up until season 6. I cannot watch season 7 because of, I always forget her name, and it's because I've suppressed the memory of the season. Caroline's mum, that entire storyline, I actually cannot sit through. It makes me so emotional and so upset. I cannot watch season 7 of The Vampire Diaries. So I just stop at the end of season 6 and then I'll watch like the last 2 episodes of season 8 and just call it. That's it. Shadow and Bone I haven't seen, mainly because I want to read the books first. And I did the same with Mortal Engines, and I was so glad that I read the first Mortal Engines book before I watched the movie, because if I hadn't have read the book first, I would have been kind of confused, especially with like the age changes of all of the characters. Like, it really threw me off when I watched the movie. So my plan is I'm going to read the Shadow and Bone books first and then watch it. So I have my own image in my head, because this is what always happens. It's like I watched the Shadowhunters movie, like the Mortal Instruments movie, first before I read the book. So I watched the movie and went, oh my god, that's amazing. So I read the books. But the problem is that I now have the actors burned into my brain as the characters when I read the book, and I don't like it. I like being able to create my own imagery for the characters, which is what I typically always do. So like I'm currently reading the Court of Thorn and Roses series. I like being able to see like everyone in my head. I don't like having to base it off an actor. I don't know. So yeah, I'm currently trying to finish the Court of Thorn and Roses series first, and then I'm going to read Shadow and Bone because it looks really good. Liz Forbes, that's it. Liz Forbes. I can't watch Liz's story arc, the end. I can't do it. Actually cannot do it. It makes me too sad. It's a bit like Teen Wolf, right? I was all with Teen Wolf. I know they're coming out with a movie. I loved Teen Wolf until main character death. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone if you haven't seen it. I'm not going to tell you who it is. But if you've seen the show, you know exactly who I'm talking about. As soon as that happened, you lost me. I just didn't care anymore. Like, I just didn't care anymore. As someone who watched Shadow and Bone and then read the books, you'd probably want to read it first. And the Six of Crows before watching the series. Yeah, so I have the first Shadow and Bone book and I have the first Six of Crows book. And I didn't know that they were connected until I started seeing screenshots from the TV show. And then I was like, oh, wait, they're connected. Okay, I hate that I now know what one of the characters looks like. So I'm going to have to try and hurry my way through. But the Court of Thorn and Roses books are so dense. They're so big. I read the first 2 and it took me like a month each every night of reading to get through it. And I'm currently on the 3rd one, which is tiny. It's like this big. All the others are like this big. But I'm struggling to get through it. I'm really I think it's because I struggle to read like too much in one go, and I've outed myself. I've had too much Riz. Is that possible? I don't think it's possible, but I need a break from it, and then I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to start a different series. Styles is the only good one. Yeah, the only reason I continued watching Teen Wolf was because of Void Styles. That's the only reason I kept watching it, because Dylan O'Brien is a phenomenal actor, and that's the only reason I continued watching it. That's it. Because the rest of the story just lost me completely. It's like Legacies, right? I loved The Vampire Diaries. It was amazing. I really liked the originals. I think they kind of fucked it up by the end a little bit. Like some of the choices the characters made didn't make sense for the character. And then by the time I got to Legacies, well, we can't even watch Legacies in the UK. You can't get it here. It's not on Netflix. You can't watch it unless you have like Sky, and I can't afford Sky, so I don't have Sky. But like you can watch it using a VPN. So I watched like the first 2 episodes, and within like 40 minutes I was done. I'm like, no, actually no. So I just outed that one. Nope. So I probably will watch it if they ever put it on Netflix in the UK, but I don't think they ever will. Like, we're now on season 4 of Legacies, and in the UK you still can't watch it. Or at least I can't watch it. True Blood, oh my goodness, I cannot sit through True Blood. I genuinely can't sit through it. It's the accent. Now, don't get me wrong, I've got nothing against Southern accents. It's just they sound so fake. It sounds like a non-Southern person putting on a Southern accent. I put on the first, I have the books. haven't read them, have the books. And I put on the first season of True Blood, and I actually couldn't even sit through an episode. I got like halfway through episode 1 and then just noped right out of there. It's probably a very, very good show. It's just, I cannot sit through the accents. I can't do it to myself. I can't do it. Yes, the last episode hit me with all the feels. I'll be honest, on the originals, I was feeled out by the time I got to the last episode. It was, I cried for 3 episodes straight. You know, the Haley story arc, I cried for 3 solid episodes in a row. I just didn't stop crying for like all 3 episodes. Elijah's reaction broke me. I was done. And then by the time I got to the end of the season, I couldn't cry anymore. Like, I was out. I couldn't do it. So by the end, what was probably meant to be like the most emotional episode of the series, I actually couldn't cry anymore. I was done. And I cry a lot at TV shows. I will well up if there's just like emotional music. I've actually done that. I'll be watching it. What was I watching? I was watching Black Widow the other day, and the music in it wasn't even an emotional scene. And I nearly started crying. I'm like, what is wrong with me? I live in Atlanta, and the True Blood accent makes me cringe. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know many people from the South of America. And not South America, I mean like the American South. I should have really worded it that way to start off with, shouldn't I? And I've never heard an authentic accent sound quite like that. It was odd. Very odd. Peaky Blinders. Yeah, I can't really watch Peaky Blinders anymore. My mum loves Peaky Blinders. And every time I used to go to my parents' house, I would have to sit through Peaky Blinders. I'm like, fine. Don't change the channel on my behest, you know? Like, if you want to watch it, you watch it. But then, Paul, if you don't know Paul, Health Friendly, he started doing the accent. So he'd be like, oh, it's Peaky Blinders. And since he started doing that, every time he sees Peaky Blinders anywhere, it could be like a billboard, it could be like a social media post, he does the same accent, like the same Peaky Blinders accent. I can't. I get so cringed now when I hear the accent. I can't watch it anymore. I actually can't watch it anymore. I haven't seen Penny Dreadful. No, but it's one that I do want to watch because apparently it's really good. But yeah, the Birmingham accent doesn't bother me at all. Like, the Birmingham accent's fine. It's just, I've heard Paul do that very extravagant version of it every time we see Peaky Blinders, like anywhere. Like, even like a Halloween costume, a social media post, anything. He does the same thing. And it's like, what is the word I'm after? Pavlov. It's like Pavlov and the dogs, you know, with the bell. If you don't know Pavlov and the dogs, you're not going to understand what I'm saying. But it's like he's trained me. So now I cannot sit through Peaky Blinders anymore. I can't do it. Penny Dreadful is so beautiful. Yeah, it's one of those where I really do need to watch it. Like, it's been on my list for a while. And then I keep pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. Like, recently I've just been watching loads of movies rather than TV shows. Because I finished... What did I even finish? I don't even remember what I finished. But I was so emotionally drained by the time I got to the end of it. I couldn't do it. Actually, I struggle to even get through all of a season. Like, there's some shows that I have watched like a dozen times and I have never got to the end of them because I don't want them to end. I hate that feeling, you know, when you get to the end of a show and you're like, what am I meant to do now? Like, what purpose does my life serve? So, like, I've seen Shadowhunters, the TV show, like 15 times. I have never got to the end of the last season. I always stop like a few episodes off and I go, I'll come back to it. Never come back to it. Have never seen it, the end of it. I did the same with Blue Exorcist, the anime. Blue Exorcist, by the way, is my favourite anime of all time. I love the hell out of that anime. And I I spent maybe like 8 years. I'd seen it like 100 times and I'd never seen the last episode. I never let myself sit through the end of it because I never wanted it to end, and it never looked like they were going to do a season 2. I think they have done it, or they've announced that they're doing it. I'm not sure. But at the time, we didn't think there was ever going to be a season 2. So I never finished the final episode. I think I have now. I just don't remember it. I just don't remember it. Have you seen Britannia? I've never seen that, no. I haven't heard of it, actually, to be fair. I love that there's a whole section of the stream that's just become television. This is what always happens at the end, though. I just like getting to chat with everyone. So, like, yes, it's probably going to be a 4-hour-long live stream. And yes, I said it wasn't going to be a 4-hour-long live stream. But we're now talking about TV, so technically, it's different. It's different now. Pavlovian conditioning. Yeah, exactly. That's what's happened. There's just so many. There's so many seasons that I refuse to watch, right? So I've seen Jessica Jones and it makes me angry. It makes me angry. Her best friend is the most annoying character. She's the Dolores Umbridge of the show. Unreasonably angry, right? Cannot deal. My problem is, though, is that when you start watching something like The Flash or Supergirl or anything like that, you end up being sucked in. Because, like, I started watching The Flash, and apparently I was meant to watch the Green Arrow first, because within, like, 2 episodes, they were having crossovers of characters between Green Arrow and The Flash, and I had no idea what was going on. So after, like, 3 episodes of watching The Flash, I just gave up, because I was like, I've got no idea who any of these people are. They don't introduce the characters, they don't tell me who they are. I'm just meant to know who this strange blonde woman is, and I've never seen her before. Apparently, she's from Green Arrow, but I didn't know that at the time. So yeah, I can't sit through it. I can only sit through, like, so much. And that's, like, too much. So, you know, I will watch every superhero movie under the sun. Everything. I love it so much. But the seasons, the superhero seasons, they're too much for me. They're just like, there's too many things. There's just too many things, and they all, like, cross over into one another, so you've got no idea what's going on. So then I just gave up on them. It's like, I've seen Jessica Jones, but I refuse to watch any of the others, like Iron Fist? I don't know. The only reason I watched Jessica Jones was because David Tennant was in it. I love David Tennant. Who doesn't love David Tennant? He's fantastic. Good Omens. That's a blooming good show. If you haven't seen Good Omens, it's on Prime. You should really watch it. It's amazing. Season 1 of Jessica Jones is good, though. I mean, it's good because David Tennant is in it, which is the only reason why I liked Jessica Jones. But for me, I can't deal with her best friend. She drives me insane. I'd recommend Daredevil. I've seen the first 5 episodes of Daredevil, and then I never watched anything else. Iron Fist is so bad. I've heard that too. Iron Fist. I had so many people telling me that Iron Fist was terrible. Like, I'll watch Punisher and I'll watch Jessica Jones because they were really good. But I've heard that Iron Fist sucks so bad. And I just got to the point where I was like, I don't see the point in wasting a season of a TV show if I'm just going to dislike it at the end. So I just never watched it. Do you like Studio Ghibli films? I do. I love them. My favourite is Howl's Moving Castle. I thought my favourite was always going to be Spirited Away. And then I was recommended Howl's Moving Castle, and I just love it. The music makes me cry. It's so beautiful. It's gorgeous. I still need to watch, like, Kiki's Delivery. Is it Kiki's Delivery Service? I need to watch that. And there's a few others. They've just been added onto Netflix in the UK, I think, so I'm going to have to go through them. But at the minute, I've just been going through, like, I watched Shang-Chi. Oh my goodness, if you've not seen Shang-Chi, that's freaking amazing. That's one of my favourite Marvel films that's ever been created. And that's saying something, because, like, Thor Ragnarok is, like, really high up there, followed close second by Shang-Chi, which is impressive because I don't put them that high very often. Do you like Umbrella Academy? I do. 5 is my favourite of all time. I absolutely love 5. Just he's sassy. I love it, and I'm so excited for there to be more. Hopefully there's more. But, like, I absolutely loved it. I watched all of them back to back, and then I went straight into all of the interviews, because I'm that person where I will I'll watch something and then I'll watch all of the interviews. So like, what was it that I watched? I watched Crimson Peak, not sure which one it is. That is amazing if you want a beautiful cinematic videography masterpiece. Watch Crimson Peak. Plus, benefit, it's got Tom Hiddleston in it, which may or may not have been the reason I originally clicked on it. After I finished that absolute masterpiece of a movie, I then watched every single interview that was ever done. And yeah, I'm a little bit obsessive when it comes to stuff like that. 5 is super cool, but I love Klaus. I love Klaus too. It's Robert Sheehan though. He's so good. Like, genuinely, the only reason that I will watch Misfits is because of him. And after he left, like, I can watch season 1 and season 2 of Misfits, and after that I don't care anymore, because all the main characters get replaced with some random people. Like Randy, I hate him. I hate his character. I know you shouldn't hate a character because it's just a character, but I hate his character because he took away from all the others and I can't sit through it anymore. So like, I can't watch it, but he's just a phenomenal actor. He's basically just Klaus though in everyday life. Like, I don't think there was ever a more perfect casting choice than that. Oh, other than original Loki, you know, from the Loki seasons. I always forget the actor's name, but he was the dad in The Little Vampire, like the original Little Vampire from the 90s. The casting of him as original Loki is actually probably one of the best casting choices ever made. I hated when they took Robert out of Misfits. Same. I hated when they lost all of the main cast, because I was like, I just started to like everyone, and then all of a sudden they were gone. And I know everyone tells me, like, oh, just keep watching it, it gets good, you learn to love the other characters. But I'm like, I don't though. I don't. Because I absolutely fell in love with the original cast, and then they just got rid of basically all of the main cast. Like, I think in season 1, Robert leaves, and then in season 2, basically all of the others leave. And I'm just like, oh, Daniel Gillies as Elijah, that is a really good choice. That was a really good choice. Actually, I'd argue that I like, oh my goodness, what is her name? I literally follow her on Instagram. How do I know her name? Rebecca. I hate myself. Claire. Is her name Claire? Why have I forgotten her name? Oh my goodness. I've forgotten what her name is, the actress, but she was an amazing choice. Can we go over how to do offerings to deities? The reason I haven't is because I did it about an hour ago. It all depends on your belief system, your tradition, your religion. Varies drastically. It can be food, it can be time, it can be dance, it can be alcohol, it can be water. And what you do with it after you've offered it really depends on your tradition. Some cultures will eat it, some cultures will bury it, some cultures will compost it. Sometimes people will leave alcohol to evaporate, or they will leave crystals charged with energy, take them off, recharge them, and then put them back again. It very much varies on the religions and traditions and the deities that you're working with. Claire Holt! Yes, that was a fantastic acting choice. The only thing that could have possibly been better was if Cara Bahane was in it as well. It is Cara Bahane, isn't it? The 3 from H2O Just Add Water. I really want to see them all together. I know that Cara Bahane, I think her name's Cara Bahane. Watch it not, that might not be how it's pronounced. And Phoebe Tonkin did a shark movie a few years ago. I watched that. That was really good. What was the title of the Aussie show? It was Legend of the Seeker. It's amazing. I'm really sad though because I can't get it on DVD here because it's only made for like the wrong location. You know, like how like DVDs have like available in location 4 or location 1, or it's all of the DVDs I've ever found of it are the wrong location, so I can't actually watch it, which is so sad. I haven't seen it since they took it off Netflix, and they took it off Netflix in like 2014. But it's so good. So good. Hollywood's version regarding witchcraft is crap. Oh, it is. It's awful. It's really, really bad, which is why I usually don't watch any anything that has like witchcraft in it. Like, I will watch I've got here goes The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, though I still haven't seen season 4. That's fine to me because it's based off a comic, and it's also it's a far-fetched world to start off with, you know what I mean? It's the same universe as Riverdale, and Riverdale is not the general high school experience. So, like, I don't mind things like that, and, like, I will watch, like, practical magic, because that's just kind of fun. Like, but some of them I won't watch just because they try to make it too, like, realistic, and the sad reality is that people are thick, and they genuinely believe that it's real, and then everyone else has to clean up after them when they start asking questions about how to do things. And you would think that wouldn't be the case, but, like, I've had people asking me why their spell didn't work, and when they told me what the spell was, it was literally the spell that Bonnie used in the Vampire Diaries to open the vampire tomb. I'm like, that's a TV show. TV isn't real unless it's a documentary, and the Vampire Diaries is not a documentary. It's kind of shocking. So, yeah, there's that. The craft is total garbage. You're right. It completely is. It completely is. They do a musical episode in Sabrina. Oh no. Is it season 4? I don't know if I've already skipped it. I might have already seen it, and then I just skipped the musical episode because I couldn't sit through it. I prefer the Sabrina sitcom. See, I didn't. But that's because I don't find sitcoms very funny. Like, I just find them awkward. And I think that's just a preference thing. Like, I find dramas much easier to sit through than sitcoms, just because sitcoms are, like, meant to be funny. And they put, like, these laugh tracks in, and I'm like, but why? You didn't need a laugh track. It wasn't funny. So I just never did. You seem chipper for someone as ill as you. Yeah, I'm running off fumes, I think. And also, I always feel terrible at the start of the live streams, and then towards the end I'm like, yeah, I'm hyperactive now. And I'll crash, like, after this. Inevitably. Riverdale's starting to expand into the Witchcraft Sabrina part of the universe. Oh, see, I'm excited for that. I don't understand why Riverdale gets as much hate as it does. Like, people are like, oh my god, it's not realistic. I'm like, yeah, it's not meant to be. It's in the same universe as the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. Like, if I want a realistic high school experience, I won't watch the TV. I will just remember it, and it was awful. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when people don't say that when they watch, like, 902... Is it 90210? What is that show? Is that... Or, like, One Tree Hill. They're like, oh my god, it's not realistic. It's like... It's not meant to be, is it? It's a TV show. I don't need a TV show to give me an accurate representation of high school because it was bad enough when I lived through it the first time. I don't want to watch it in my downtime. Like, I would rather just, like, watch something that's so not realistic. Like, and plus I really love Jughead. So, like, I'm happy with Riverdale, except I haven't managed to get past a musical episode. It's still stuck on the musical episode because I refuse to sit through it. So I really need to go back and sit through it. Degrassi. Yeah, I never watched Degrassi. I never really bothered with it. I don't know. I think maybe we didn't have it because it's an American thing, isn't it? Canadian? I'm not sure. But I've never bothered to see it. I just kind of dodged all of, like, the teen drama stuff. Like, I never really... I think it's big in America, I think, the whole, like, teen drama thing is, whereas in the UK, we don't have it quite the same. Do you have a Kindle Unlimited Witchy book recommendations? Oh boy, do I. I mean, I can't give you any right now because I've not read them all yet. I currently have a list, a Word document that is 52 pages long, and it's just links. Every line is a link to a book on Kindle Unlimited that I plan on reading that is witchcraft related. And it's going to take me a while to read 50-something pages of links. So there's like 17 links to a page, something like that, maybe more. So yeah, it's going to take me a while till I can get through them all. But yeah, Australian shows in general are awesome. They really are. I have never been disappointed by an Australian TV show. There was one TV show, right? Pretty certain it's Australian. My mum literally thought I was nuts. Like, she thought I had dreamed it up in a fever dream, right? I don't know if anyone else watched this. It was a 90s show called Round the Twist. And it's a kid's show. And it's based in a lighthouse. And there's one episode where the boy pees on a tree. And then a tree spirit gets him pregnant with her baby, and then he barfs up a green baby. And genuinely, it's the plot of a fever dream. And my mum literally thought I was nuts because she had never heard of it. And I'm like, no, it was definitely real. Do-do-do. It had a theme song. It was do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Strange things happening when we're going round the tree. It had a theme song and everything. I'm not nuts, I promise. It was amazing. And then they also had, what was the other one that I used to watch when I was like an Ocean Girl? This girl who could like talk to whales. It wasn't an animated thing either. It was like real. Yes, exactly, when strange things are happening. Are you going round the twist? It was so good. Scarred me for life, mind. But it was really good. And it's like, they have the best TV... Australia and New Zealand have like the best TV shows, and they're so underrated. Like, they're so underrated. What to do if a spell doesn't work? Figure out why it doesn't work. Good first step. And then once you figure out why it doesn't work, you can then plan around it to get something that does work. I believe you, and you're still nuts. Correct. You're right, Phil. I am still nuts. At least I'm less nuts than I used to be. I mean, like, you used to give me sugar and I was gone. Hyperactive. I was bonkers when I was on sugar. Round the Twist. After school classic here in the UK. Oh, yeah. Like, Round the Twist was amazing. I always remember Ocean Girl. Ocean Girl had the most beautiful intro music. It was like pipe music. If you ever have the chance to watch an episode, fantastic. It was about this mother had taken her two sons to her science base that was underwater. This is the 90s, by the way, and they're thinking that in the future we're going to have like science pods underwater that people are living in colonies, and they find this girl who can swim in the ocean and hold her breath for like ages, and she can talk to whales. It was amazing. It was complete fever dream stuff. But it was great. And my mum has no recollection of this even happening. It's just like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. It's just like, these programs like defined my childhood. Right. However, as entertaining as this is, I do think I should probably end the stream, considering we've been talking about TV shows for the last 20 minutes. I can't help it though, it's so entertaining. It's so entertaining. So any final questions, feel free to send them to me. You can also send me questions on Instagram. I can't say I'm going to be super quick with responding, mainly because I am terrible at responding to Instagram DMs. So if you've sent me a DM on Instagram and I have not responded to you, probably because it's stuck in my request folder along with like thousands of others and I need to really sort through them. So like, you can send DMs on there. If you're going to send me a message though on Instagram, we'll say this now, I get it a lot where I get just one line and it's like, can you help? I'm like, I am not responding to that because that could mean anything. You know what I mean? Like, you can say like, can you help? And I go, I can try, and then I get sent an explicit photograph. I don't want to have to deal with that shit. So if you would like me to answer a question on Instagram DMs, can you just like send me the question and then I can see if I can answer it rather than being like super vague? Because I get a lot of people being like, I need help. And I'm like, I don't want to click on that because if I accept it, then I have to deal with whatever you're going to send me next. So yeah, another sigil video is going to be coming. I have just been out of commission for the last 3 weeks while I have been recovering from the big C, the disease that's been going around everywhere. So could you take care of yourself for us? I will, don't worry. I'm going to get off here and I'm going to sit and finish watching an episode of Inside Job It's fantastic. They just added it on Netflix, an animated series. It's so funny. And eat sweets, probably. Not the healthiest thing imaginable, but you know what? I'm going to call it self-care. I'm going to light a candle. Light a candle, watch something, eat some sweets. Self-care. That's what that means, right? Right. With that being said, thank you so much for coming to the live stream. I said at the very start it was going to be 1 to 2 hours. I'm going to get laughed at in the comments because it wasn't 1 to 2 hours, so please like the video if you did, because I would really appreciate it. And yeah, I am going to see you hopefully next week. I'm hoping that I can get some filming done this coming week. Depends on how much willpower I have. Today was a pretty good day. I've got no idea what tomorrow's going to be like. So we'll have to see how that is. I've got some scripts done though, so hopefully I can film 2 videos, maybe? Maybe not. That's kind of pushing it. I still need to do the podcast. So yeah, anyway, I hope I will see you next week. If you have any questions, feel free to post them to me on Instagram. Just actually tell me what the question is instead of being vague. Thank you. And I will see you next week in another video. And thank you so much to the mods. Thank you, Phil. Because Phil took up his evening doing this for me. Thank you. And I will see you all next week. And yeah, no Winnie the Pooh this time. I got through an entire live stream without Winnie the Pooh theme song. I've got it in my head now. I'm not going to hum it. I'm not going to hum it. Thank you so much, Ez. Thank you so much. And yeah. Later, guys. I'm going to go... Oh, I've got hot chocolate. Oh, I can have hot chocolate. I'm going to go have some hot chocolate. That's a solution to my evening. Right. Enjoy yourselves, everyone. And I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Okie dokies.